day-to-day operation of the channel, we want to talk about some of the more special events and productions that we've had on the channel in the last few years.
Such as?
So, during a short period in which we couldn't upload to our channel, we actually decided to run this little tournament where people could vote on their favorite characters to take over the channel for a day. It was called the King for a Day Tournament, and yeah, during that time we actually started also uploading original remixes and arrangements to represent these characters as if it was like basically a game itself, even though it was really just music. When we brought it back for a sequel, the King for Another Day tournament, we made everything bigger, basically. Double elimination, double the characters. And we had this fun little website called the Mojo, where we had exclusive interviews with characters, fun interactions, a lot of fun writing there. If you remember the Smash Bros. Dojo, it's kind of presented like that. The winner of the first tournament was an awesome little camera called Unregistered Hypercam 2. And he got a little takeover, and the winner of the sequel tournament was DJ Professor K. So for DJ Professor K, we actually took a slightly different approach to the event than what we usually do for takeovers, which is just upload like 24 hours of themed content to the channel. But for him, we actually had a 24-hour radio broadcast on the channel. Mostly of brand new content, but also some old stuff, some stuff from King for a Day, and some older rips. But one of the new things that we did for this is that we actually had original Jet Set Radio style music on the channel, as well as remixes of other games in that kind of style. And these were not just contributed by our regular team of rippers, but also the team of arrangers that we've been building up with the King for Another Day tournament.
So, with both of the tournaments, basically how it worked, that it was that each contestant had basically each contestant had their own list of sources that people could use as like the basis for their arrangements and remixes, which allowed for a huge opportunity of different styles, different kind of all sorts of remixes of all these different characters. But after the first tournament, we wanted to kind of expand the roster of our arrangements to encompass more than just the inside team of rippers at the team. And so we sought to reach out to a lot of musicians, composers, remixers, DJs from outside of the sphere. So special shout outs to one of our backroom members, Crystal Force.
We are Crystal Force.
Crystal Force really was one of the driving forces, really reaching out to as many people as we could find to just ask if they wanted to contribute like 1 or 2 remixes and arrangements to this event. And so some of our notable contributions include people like CG5, who you may know as the Big Chungus song guy. We have Android 52, Johnny Atma, who does game metal. We had Rob KTA, Garrett Williamson, Mode 7. We even had J Music Ensemble get together, do an original arrangement, and record that in the studio just for KFED, which was insane.
And it kicks ass.
And Triple Q came back for us with this event. And so many other people came together just to get together in this huge remix arrangement event. So King for a Day, the first tournament, had around 97 original remixes and arrangements by the end of it, whereas the sequel had a total of like 500 or so, like more than 500, which is an insane amount of things to have for like a fan tournament, basically. But yeah, so after King for Another Day, we had like an entire team of talented arrangers and remixers that we didn't really want to go to waste. We didn't want to waste those connections. So we kind of sought for an additional outlet to keep making original arrangements and remixes, which leads us to SGFR. And
But my original idea for some kind of outlet to upload these original remixes under was a fictional mahjong game that would supposedly have crossovers with like everything ever. So you could basically just remix anything you want and put it under that. Concept ended up being a little bit too niche and hard to work out, but the desire for some kind of way to upload original stuff like this just eventually manifested into SGFR.
And yeah, so, yeah. SGFR as like a collective started as like an offshoot of the original arrangers that we had for KFAD. And so instead of kind of going through the effort of doing like an entire thing, we decided having this like mini record label of sorts would just be the simplest solution to like be able to put out these kinds of content in mostly like highest quality possible. And so SGFR members are also responsible, as we said before, with contributing some of the remixes for the DJ Professor K event. And next slide. So far, SGFR has had 7 albums. The first one was the Snowhalation one, early 2021, I believe. And the last one we put out was the Rip Squared, which is basically an album full of original remixes and arrangements of high-quality rips that were on the channel. Which is a really cool concept, and that came out around October of 2023. We have a few more cooking up in the at the moment that you just gotta stay tuned for, I guess.
Next one? Yeah.
Okay. So for our next big project, I guess that we're going to spotlight here, we have the Space Jam Charity Slam, which was probably one of the greatest things we've ever done. We promised this in 2020, and it eventually did end up coming. We made around $16,000 for the Equal Justice Initiative, which was far more than we could have ever expected, by the way. And so, but the actual production of this was absolutely crazy. It was hectic. It was everywhere. We have to massive shout out to T-Mags and Mbluit for getting this all ready at the last moment, because we didn't even know if we were going to end up doing this. So here's our workflow. You know, regardless, it needs a little bit of explanation, but this is essentially how we had it all set up in the Ripper server. We had a bunch of queues that were making of requests that were coming in through Tiltify. We had a bunch of stuff of Rippers making slam mashups themselves, and it was just absolutely amazing. It was probably one of the best things we've ever done. So thank you to everyone who participated and everybody who donated also. And
Okay.
And a shout out to Hangman, Inverse, the 2 other DJs, Solar Sonic and Vault Hunter, who were there at the place where the event was run.
And the meta.
and I guess.
I'm sorry.
Okay, so, but also, you know, if you're unfamiliar with this project, it was a 50-hour stream where we played 50 hours of Space Jam mashups over every song you can imagine. So, you know, hopefully we'll see some more of that stuff again. So, next.
Okay.
So the next big project that I guess we were all spotlighting is the festivals. These were huge super events that we were hosted, and we had multiple different takeovers and different events as a part of them. So the first one of these was in 2020, and we used this really to clear a lot of our ideas that we had on the back burner. And it was super helpful because, you know, COVID-19 had just brought everybody at home, so everybody was listening and watching the channel. And we had so many cool events that we really wouldn't have the motivation to finish otherwise. We had a We Are #1 Fusion collab, which had been in progress for multiple years. We had a Totina's Mania mod, and that's not even... There's so many other things that you should just go check it out if you possibly can. Okay, yeah. Okay, I don't really know who put that
I
there.
think
Can we go to
I
the
think
next
the
one?
link may have leaked to the slides.
So one of the things that happened during that first festival was Woodiana Stones, which was a audio drama that was included on our Volume L album, which was basically just stuff that wasn't on albums. But the reason why it existed was to act as sort of like chapters for like different rips, for example, that were taken down off of YouTube or had other stuff happen to them. So it was this story where Woodman was cast as like a Indiana Jones character going on an adventure for the Lost Rips. The original concept was done by Smokey, and I ended up writing it and editing a lot of it and just kind of being a general producer, director on it. Going back to it, it's a little rough because it was kind of the first time we had done something like that, but I do think it was an important step in like setting a precedent for other similar projects. Like this was the first one where we had like a lot of like voice acting and audio editing and stuff like that, and we kind of expanded on that format in the future with some like Halloween events, which we will talk about in a bit. But yeah, that's a little bit about Woodiana. Feel free to check it out, although I think there's probably a little better these days. Moving past that though, put past like Summer Fest, after that in the winter of 2020, we had the SiIvaGunner All-Star Winter Festival, which it was basically, it wasn't quite like a repeat of the summer one, but it did have a lot of that sort of clearing out old events. For example, we had like, we had a CCC side episode. It was the first, it was when the first SGFR album came out. We had the Maria Takeuchi 11 Minutes of City Pop collab. We also had other projects such as the long requested Toho album. And on top of that, we also had Paper Jams 2, which was a follow-up to the first Paper Jams, which was a collaboration. Shout out to Pinky. Yeah. And on top of that, we also had other albums such as our Grinch album from the
Shout out
previous
to the
Christmas,
Grinch.
as well as some events for like the day Panty and Stocking ruined Christmas, for example. So it was a lot shorter, but it did have its quality contents. Moving past that, though, we have
So,
this one.
yeah, back one slide, yeah. So the third fest we did was summer of 2021, and this was sort of an evolution of the first two, continuing the trend of, getting events that we'd been working on for some time out the door, in addition to some new ones that came up at the time. This was sort of where the scope and complexity of the fests started to reach its peak. There was a lot of production value and effort put into this fest, including videos that went between each event to introduce them and see off the old one. Everything was themed around, cowboys. Woodman was cast as a Ranger of the West, as you might notice there. And if we go to the next slide, we'll see some of the events that happened here. Yeah, we covered a few. I mean, this was when the Space Jam Charity Slam came out, so you see gangster Charles Barkley on there. We finally released a Beatles album that had been in the works since 2017. If we go to the next slide, we got out a few other events, including the Gabe Over. and our second SGFR album, Superstar Symphony. So this was huge, and I mean, as you can just see from the art here, and the fact that we had all these videos connecting all these events, the scope of this was huge, and it sort of got to the point where we were thinking, how can we take this further? Can we take this further? And we were starting to think it might be time to wind down the concept of the festivals, simply because they'd just gotten so big and so busy, and it was like a ton of work. But that brought us to 2022,
Where we had?
where so after taking a couple seasons off, winter 21, we just had a very stripped down holiday event. We didn't do a fest in summer of 2022, but what we did have was two of our team members, Graham Bam and JP, did come up with a concept for a festival to end all festivals, the Nuclear Winter Festival. And for a while, we were in a tight spot figuring out what the scope and what the story of this fest would be. So I kind of came in and helped them out with sort of the writing of this story. The concept art here, some of it was used, some of it was not. You're going to see a little bit of behind the scenes of some of the unused story ideas that were there before in the original outline. For example, you see a zombie showdown in the middle of a city. I think that's Dr. Piccolo in the middle of it. Also just this library forgotten lore hunting. That was ultimately not used because we focused on sort of more of like a wasteland wandering aesthetic, which you'll see on the next slide after this. But the original third wheel in the story to Woodman and Joke Explainer was this little Furby-looking creature called Tattletale. I decided to replace it with a more active character in Gino. He deserves some screen time, I thought.
After getting bodied.
After getting bodied in K-Fad, yeah. And yeah, next slide. I think honestly it was the aesthetic and visuals of the fest that carried it like in such a big way. It was really cool and made it really memorable. In addition to the fact that the final closing video of it, which we called My Last Message, was the last video on the channel for a while, and I think a lot of people might have seen it without context, so it may or may not have been intentional. But yeah, if we don't do another fest, I think we're all pretty happy with how this one turned out as sort of the the apocalypse of all festivals.
So, moving on from that, shout out to that Bored Ape, by the way.
Yeah, sadly we couldn't get him in. We didn't have the funds, sadly, but
Yeah.
Anyway, so moving on from the festivals, let's talk about Halloween. So I've personally been involved with a lot of the Halloween events on the channel the last couple years. So one of the ones that I talked about, I think I mentioned that it was like after Woodiana, we kind of decided to keep doing some of the the audio drama format. So what we had after Woodiana was Curse of the Fallen Angel. Shout out to the people who listened to it, but so that year, do you want to take some of this, Spaceman?
Oh, sure, yeah. So, so that year we had, the concept came originally in 2020. There was going to be sort of this carnival idea where the Halloween protagonists were at this sort of haunted, creepy carnival. That ended up turning into this fallen angel concept, and we had an external writer who came up with the original script and outline, but I came in and helped finish it and see it through to what it turned out to be. It ended up being sort of this road trip story, and we brought in a lot of kind of funky characters that were relevant, some of them at the time, some of them a bit more evergreen. It's the only time we've done a really long-form audio drama, really built on the Woodiana Stones one from before. And we brought in a bunch of external voice actors actually for this, and it was some of the most incredible work we've seen in terms of audio and voice. It was the most involved we've ever been for sure with voice acting, and not only did we get some like just great independent talent, including one of the highlights are the amazing Germa impression that was done. We also got the man himself, Tony Zaret, to voice Big Chungus. So if you haven't heard Curse of the Fallen Angel, which you probably haven't, considering it doesn't have the most views, I would recommend it for that and the fact that, I mean, what more can you say about a story that ends in a final battle against the singer of Yankin? So that's Curse of the Fallen Angel.
Yeah. So after Curse of the Fallen Angel in 2022, we had kind of a smaller Halloween event where it was just Woodman having like a house party while Dr. Wiley's away. That one was fun. The year after that, we kind of hopped back into the like sort of a Curse of the Fallen Angel sort of format, which was the Cult of Proto. So the Cult of Proto, I call it an audio drama, but it has more of like a kinetic novel quality to it, where it still had the voice acting. Takane is kind of like writing her diary about her in like this sort of H.P. Lovecraft Shadow over Innsmouth kind of quality story. So I didn't get to work on this a whole ton just because I had some other stuff that I was dealing with, but I did come up with the concept, and a lot of the writing was done by Jaiko Music and Smokey. I think maybe like one other person. So we also had, so for the story, we ended up bringing back Protogent, who, as you might remember, died several years beforehand and was brought back later as this kind of abomination. So this concept art is all by Morlem. This is like some of our visual references. We've got Bonzi Buddy up there.
Shoutouts to Bonzi Buddy.
So yeah, was there anything else you wanted to say?
Oh, I guess also, and the You Are an Idiot concept art was done by, I think, Red Heart Pink?
Yes.
Right? Yeah. And yeah, so, but this was a crazy Halloween event. We had, we allowed Windows and operating system rips on a complete whim because we thought it kind of fit this theme of, you know, having Windows errors because it was all sort of themed around desktop corruption. But, you know, and it was great. So I recommend everybody go check it out. But otherwise, I think, are we done with all the, you know, story stuff, like lore stuff on the channel?
Yeah, I think that's it, right?
I think that's I think that's all.
that might be it. Hey, before we move on, speaking of corruption or whatever, shout out to Vinesauce Joel, who we managed to get for this project.
Yeah.
All right, but yeah, I think we're done with the story stuff.
I can't think of anything else.
Yeah, are we?
Okay, yeah. So this was a thing. It's Christmas Comeback Crisis. You know, been in production since 2016, and yeah, we finally released episode 11 for the. Well, not quite for Christmas, 2023, but you know, there was good reason for that, considering, you know, this was one of the biggest productions that we've had in years for a single video, and I'll get into a little bit of the background of how this came to be and maybe why it took so long. So in 2017, at the end of the year, was the last time we released a mainline episode of the Christmas Comeback Crisis. And by 2018, 2019, there was a tentative script complete and a tentative outline for episode 12, but we never moved ahead with production, mainly because just couldn't quite agree on the ending of episode 12. There was just like just how it would go, the impact on the channel, and because of that, and because we had King for Another Day, we had all these festivals over the next few years, we kind of let it sit on the back burner. But finally, for season 7, the year of Granddad, in 2023, we decided we would make an effort to actually finish the CCC. And so that was when I sort of came in on the project, and having only really done one CCC episode before, having written the election side episode, it was a bit of a learning curve. I had to, learn the lore a little bit more than I had before. And, but yeah, based on the existing 11 script, I went with that, touched it up, add some extra scenes. And episode 12, well, I'll get to that. But it was really cool to resurrect the project, and the production was, just kind of incredible. We had over 100 original art pieces, including the ones you see there, just a tiny sample. And the music was insane, like it was amazing. Not to toot my own horn, and I'm not, because it's other people doing all this, right? Like the upside of the long wait between episodes is that the improvement in the skill of our music, our art team, just was astronomical over the years, and the level of quality in this episode is something that like blew me away. I didn't watch any of the drafts after writing it. I just didn't want to spoil myself, and when it came out, I was just like the rest of the fans watching it for the first time, and I was blown away. So it really, I think, is just a testament to the evolution of SiIva and how far we've come as a channel, as a team. So kudos to everyone on the team that worked so hard to get this episode out. And yeah.
Next panel.
And now to pass it over to Dante, who's going to talk a little bit about the music production for the CCC.
Oh yeah, we forgot to mention, here's some
no, wait,
concept
you're right.
stuff.
There is a bit of concept art first. This was a little bit of unused concept art. Spoilers, they fight the SiIva AI in the episode. That came up with in 2018, so we're not trying to be topical, but it worked out. There was the idea of an extra stage of the fight where the AI summons Lady, who's, you might know, behind the song Yankin'. And we ultimately, for just time and for complexity and writing reasons, we didn't fit this into the script. But there was also this idea of during that fight, the background screens would have represented other events on the channel. The only reason we didn't go with that is it would have been a little hard to coordinate visual consistency between the art pieces. But yeah, there's a little bit of what could have been for the episode, a little bit behind the scenes, trying to deliver that good stuff to y'all.
All right, and now we'll talk about the music.
Yeah, so CCC, we don't just use like rips and whatnot for the soundtrack for the episodes. We also have a small selection of original music composed by me and a lot of the other people in the team. So, so during the initial production of the first 10 or so episodes, the CCC never really had the need for an original soundtrack. It was kind of something that was a spur of the moment decision, like, what if we did this? What if we decided just have a few original tracks? Because otherwise we would just be reusing existing high quality rips, existing songs and tracks from existing like shows and whatnot, and games. So there was this kind of why not attitude going on within the team at that point, because it was around 2016 and whatnot. I decided it would be really cool if I could use this opportunity to kind of practice just writing for the screen, writing for something that would be shown to people, that would have visuals and whatnot. And so occasionally we would find a spot to use these original tracks in their initial 10 episodes or so. If you're familiar with the song Voiceless, it's an original song that we wrote for episode 8, I believe. That idea kind of spurred from me just randomly going, hey, what if we had like a Sawano-style vocal song randomly show up in the middle of an episode? I made the concept, I threw it into the back room. We got people like Wolfman and MTH kind of got together, made the entire production, original lyrics, original music, live guitars and bass, really cool production overall. and that all came together as like the culminating insert song, if you're familiar with like anime terms, for that episode. And that aside, on occasion we would also find original tracks coming from some of our backroom members. I believe MTH made a track. Beach Shoban also did a track at one point, which was really cool. But moving on, nowadays in episode 11, and also coming up with episode 12, we've kind of stepped down. I've kind of stepped down with the production of the original music because I just unfortunately got a bit too busy. But to kind of pick up from where I left off, we have a really huge amount of contributors from the actual SiIvaGunner Ripper team who are making original music and remixes for the CCC in my stead. So music production kind of opened up to the rest of the team, and it became a lot more organized. We basically have a spreadsheet with all of the scenes and the cues that people basically claim so that they can score it in their own style. We have like a quality of control team for just the CCC's soundtrack. And as a result of like all of these changes to the pipeline, the soundtrack direction in episodes 11 and 12 are much more refined, a lot more consistent, and honestly, I'm very, very happy and very proud of all of the work that the team has done for the original music for the CCC, and honestly, it's a really cool thing to see. As someone who just kind of on the spur decided in like 2016 to start off this like concept of like original music for SiIvaGunner. So, yeah.
Actually, shout out to the people in the front over here who actually made CCC tracks. If you made a CCC track, can you stand up?
Yeah.
So speaking of episode 12, when I was writing episode 11 last spring, or finishing the script, I also did write the entire script for episode 12, and it is storyboarded and pretty much getting ready for production. So, just kidding, it drops today. No, I'm kidding. It's no promises, but it is coming. It is coming soon, and yeah, get hype. It's not going to be another 5 years this time.
We can only hope.
It'll be 7.
All right. So the last thing we're going to talk about for now is one of the biggest collabs that we've had. You've probably seen it. It's got over 1 million views. It's in everyone's recommended. That is...
Yeah. So the entire story behind this video is such a huge, long, one-year endeavor. This collab was probably one of the best things that Modern SiIva has put out. We have a ton of different parts. Different shops from every video game you can imagine are there's a medley of all of them, and it's presented in this video. I cannot explain how amazing this was for production. We had so many great artists, animators, and people making the music behind the collab. So it was just amazing. Huge shout outs to Blookerstein for actually hosting the entire thing. And also huge shout outs to our art team for making amazing visuals for the entire thing, and also our entire Ripper team, everybody who contributed. It was truly amazing.
All right, so before we get to the Q&A, we have one more thing, which is some teasers for some upcoming events. We've got some buns in the oven, and so we're going to talk about them. The first one that we would like to reveal, it's kind of on the niche side, but on February 4th, get ready to match 4 with our Puyo Puyo Day. So obviously we'll have rips from Puyo Puyo, we'll have rips from Mado Monogatari, as well as maybe a little bit of Mean Bean Machine in there. So that'll be coming up on February 4th. And for this next one, I'll just let it speak for itself.
Hi, I'm SpongeBob.
Hey, so in honor of the SpongeBob SquarePants 25th anniversary, we're going to have an event on May 1st of this year. And so that will just be Sponge Mania. It'll be Super Sponge. All right. The last thing we're going to reveal for right now, who likes, who's into wrestling here? All right, this one is for you. So, oh no, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Before we get to that, we gotta
Wrestling, everybody.
Yes. All right. Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
So, SiIvaGunner smash up. All right. So. Before we talk about what this is for a bit, I just want to say that it's not a K-Fad. There is no prize for this. It's just for fun. But we're going to have like maybe a stream or a premiere where we have, we're going to do one of those videos where it's like the custom WWE game wrestle fights. And we're going to fill it with SiIvaGunner memes and characters, some familiar faces, some really kind of odd pulls, I guess, but just look out for that. The current card, we're gonna have, we're gonna have a grand rumble. But on top of that, we'll also have a couple under that. So that's gonna happen April 4th at 8 o'clock Eastern. Which might be subject to change, but it's like right before WrestleMania, so good timing, I guess. Sorry, Impact fans. So, scrolling back up a bit, because we didn't really talk about this, if you want to submit to any of our events that we have, or just want to submit to RIPS in general, our email up top, High Quality RIPS, is the one that you send to. We have some guides on how to format emails, which, if you know where to look, they are. Capybara. The other two, if you're interested in joining SGFR or contributing to one of those, you can send your portfolio to SiIvaGunnerFusionRecords@gmail.com. And we are also taking our team applications, so if you're interested in that, sgrteam.business@gmail.com. So yeah, I think we are Gucci for the Q&A. And we're bringing our good friend Cameron up here for this, who's also,
You move.
Hello.
Cam,
We've
want to
got-
introduce yourself?
Oh, yeah. Hi. I'm Cameron, also known as. You might also know me as Half Pixel. I've been a channel contributor since 2016, and I'm here to read out some questions. We got a ton of submissions. Thank you guys. So let's try and, I guess, move things fast so that we can get through as many as possible. We can't get to every one of them, of course, but starting off, a bunch of people have asked, what are your favorite rips, jokes, and events on the channel?
Go down the line.
Go down the line.
Yeah, sure. Go down the line.
There's this amazing rip of Dragula by Duzu. That's currently one of my favorite rips.
Favorite rips and events, yeah.
My favorite rip is actually, it's two of them. Basically, the original one was Courtesy from Super Hexagon, so it's called Bad Hexagon. And then that got like a remaster rip in 2020, and both of them are basically my favorite rip of all time.
All right. For favorite rip, there's a lot that I like. One that comes to mind is I believe it's the Plot Boss music, but it's Carpenter Brute, which was made by Rice Nut, who I believe might be here. I don't know where he is specifically. All right. Okay, that's fine. Shout out to him, though.
My favorite rip is the Ultimate Show from Super Paper Mario. It's the final boss of Super Paper Mario mashed up with Whip Nene, so. But that's a classic, always will be.
The answer I usually give for this question is Become as Gods from Nier Automata, but with Inspector Gadget. Yeah, and I guess also favorite events was part of the question.
Yeah, let's do favorite events and bring it back down.
I mean, my favorite running gag on the channel is the one and only H.H. Gregg.
I guess my favorite event is in SiIvaGunner's Summerfest 2020. We had Dat Boy Day celebrating everybody's favorite frog. So that's probably mine.
Favorite event, I'm having some difficulty thinking of one, so I'm just gonna go with K Day. Runner-up being maybe like some of the stuff we had, and I think the first half of 2022 was also pretty good. Like I had a lot of fun with Family Guy Day, for example. I don't know if it's my favorite, but it was pretty good. It was fun.
It's no bias, but I think King for Another Day tournament's probably my top event in the channel. But I have a soft spot for Silento Day, Rippanene.
I'm gonna have to give it to the hamster dance.
What about you, Cam?
Me?
Yeah.
I gotta say KFAD. I
Nice.
think that was just incredible. Incredible event. All right. Will Smug asks, KFAD 2 was an absolutely massive project that involved working with a lot of submissions. What lessons would you say Backroom walked away with going into SGFR?
I'm not sure.
The answer is no lessons.
So KFAD 2 is extremely straining for us. We basically, a lot of us had to basically work overtime to make sure everything was running smoothly. So that's why SGFR, in its onset, is a lot more of a streamlined process. We're just submitting remixes and arrangements to an album. There's nothing to do with production. The fact that that alone is so simplified kind of already helped like make it a lot easier for us as a team, I think.
And one of the things that's probably closer to KFAD in production and scope would be the festivals. And those, yeah, we I think tried to learn some lessons there in terms of just our workload, our relationship with our team and the artists. But ultimately, yeah, it's very easy for scope creep to happen and very easy for things to just become a lot of work. So it's something that's still, we're still learning, but we, probably are not going to have anything as huge as KFAD for a little while.
Alemin, I'm not sure how to pronounce that, asks, will there be more SiIvaGunner post-CCC?
No comment.
So
Stay tuned.
Yeah, no comment just yet. We'll see.
All right.
yeah. Next question.
Axe asks, how do you stay on top of trends or make sure gags aren't going stale? And what do conversations do when there's a disagreement on creative direction?
We actually really appreciate that question because we beat every single joke until it's dead. So pretty much the only time, or I guess a joke has gone stale is when the last person gets tired of using it, and usually that's, after a year or two. So but we like to keep up with things. A lot of people have been getting really into using a lot of new jokes in rips, and that's always super appreciated.
Ian asks, how are fusion collabs decided upon and put together?
Good question.
Hey, fusion collabs are usually, a lot of the time they're pitched by rippers. In the past, I feel like they've had to get a lot of approval. These days, there's a lot of, we still do approve, but there's a lot of self-motivation on the part of the people who are interested. We typically have like spreadsheets with different sections of the songs picked out. People will claim those parts. They'll say what style they're doing or like what jokes they're using if it's more of a mashup one. I guess that wouldn't really be a fusion collab, but anyway, Yeah, I mean, like, there's a lot of order to it. It's basically just people claim parts. They pitch, they get approved, people claim parts, and then it all gets assembled in the end.
And on occasion, we'll have a Fusion collab that has like multiple loops, so that if people, if more people want to contribute, then we can just add more loops, and repeat sections.
Dr. Bright asks, have you ever collaborated with any of the other channels inspired by SiIvaGunner, like Timmy Turner's Granddad?
I think if you've seen Working Together from Kingdom Hearts, there's a rip that all went up at the same time. So if you're into that sort of stuff, there have been rips referencing, well, collaborations in which we just upload things at the same time. So I guess those have happened. Also, we've seen a couple. Sometimes our uploads reference each other, but
It's kind of funny because there's a lot of nowadays overlap in terms of people that are members of Timmy Turner's Granddad and other channels and SiIva, and somehow I feel like because of that, we don't think about collaborating between the channels as much because it's so many of the same people. Like, I don't know, like I've been part of Timmy Turner's Granddad since 2017, and I actually am the voice of Timmy Turner's Granddad. So.
Rex asks, how many rippers are in the audience today?
Y'all stand up?
Y'all stand up, stand up.
Several.
that's a great question.
All right.
Nice.
Buttery asks, what is the best way to acquire sound fonts and MIDIs of old games, and what are some modern day ways to create rips?
Okay, so there's actually a lot of really good programs out there that allow you to get all the necessary tools. One of them is VGM Trans, which allows you to rip from DS ROMs and those sorts of things. There's also a high quality ripping guide you can probably find around that has some of the necessary tools and directs you to those places. N64 Sound Bank Tools, another one for ripping Nintendo 64 games. Also, a lot of people nowadays, even for rips of games that aren't sequenced even, have just been recreating entire songs, which is absolutely insane. So yeah, but there's a lot of information online, and I think on, there's a lot of resources that we put out for that.
Mel from the SiIvaGunner Tumblr blog asks,
Okay.
do you have, asks, how canon are the various audio dramas like Curse of the Fallen Angel, and will its characters show up in the CCC?
So there's sort of like, it kind of depends. Like there's some projects such as Woody and the Stones which are in-universe movies. I believe like Curse of the Fallen Angel and like Cult of Proto are both considered canon. Basically, there's a bunch of like different universes, as we put it, that allows like different stories to happen without like crossing over into each other. So, for example, the CCC is not the same universe as the Halloween ones, I believe. So that's how that stuff can happen there, and Halloween stuff happens in its own kind of circle without necessarily stepping on, you know, the other story essentially.
Yeah. So as Maggie said, the Halloween stories and the festival stories, and I think, it's not entirely, we haven't put out like an official guide or anything, and I don't know if we would be able to. It's a little complicated. But anyway, a lot of the stuff that came out, like Halloween and festivals, the way that they're connected to the CCC is, you'd have to watch the end of Doomfest and CCC episode 11 to see a little parallel, a little connection there.
All right.
This will
We
probably,
have time for one
Yeah,
more.
Yeah,
I think
one
we have
more.
time for one more. Let's do a quick one. What song gets the most rejected submissions? And that is a question from Benny Blue.
Probably just Circus.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would make sense.
Megalovania, close second.
Yeah.
In the past, I might have said Drift Fills It City from Pokemon Black and White.
All right.
Yeah.
I think that runs us up on time.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
We have 2 albums, by the way.
So there are, in these 2 boxes up here, up at the front, we have 2 albums. We have the Rave album, which if you were at the Rave last night, you can come get your copy and you can listen to it early on Bandcamp.
You can
We
also get it if you weren't at the rave last night.
Oh, yeah, true. Also, we have a exclusive album that we have, Now That's What I Call Quality 3, as the 3rd MAGFest album. You can come grab a Bandcamp download code for that as well.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for coming.
Yeah, at 2 p.m. today at Chip Space, there's a SiIvaGunner showcase, and y'all better turn out for that. It's going to be a great time.
Shout outs to Pyramide.
Shout out to Pyramide. Woo!
Yeah, this is
right? Because you used to skin the stuff out of this thing. It was fun.
Yeah. I had a bunch of the Luigi Han skins.
And now you have to use like iTunes or whatever, like Windows Player. Or
yeah.
something.
I know
I'm
what
like, come on.
Why is this not?
The audio's still working.
Yeah.
Go down to the bottom right.
No, I mean all the sound is up, so it's up.
Well, if you click on the thing, is it sending to the? Yeah. Click on the not that. The, click on the speaker. There's like a drop down on the top where you can choose which audio source you want to use.
I guess sound is through your HDMI.
It's a left click, so if you click on the top.
Well, I mean I'm playing stuff, so it's not playing anything right now.
Unplug the aux cord, I think, and then now go to your sound settings right down there. You know the huge. Right click that. Open sound settings, I believe.
And so like in Windows, this is Windows 11 or Windows 10?
This is old, it's 10.
Let's see.
So like there's a drop down right there, you can choose where it's coming out of. So you can choose that one, and that might
Display. I think it's on display audio right now, so we're already good. So okay, so it's showing a little bit of sound. I see a little bit.
No, I mean it's playing stuff, but I just don't know.
What's the volume on your Winamp?
It's all the way.
Okay.
All the way. It's 100%.
Okay.
maybe close one up, open it back up.
Oh, don't worry, I'll make an announcement.
It's all good. I mean, we're chill right now, so.
Attention, everyone in the room from the last panel. Love that you'll please continue your aggressive fanboying in the hallway. Thank you and have a great day. There you go.
Awesome. What?
You've got a good voice for that, dude.
Oh, I'm a good announcer.
I don't understand why it's not playing it.
Yeah, Intel display audio. Let's try it. Try it there and then. Okay. Maybe try speakers. All right, I'm gonna go check with our AV.
Why is it not playing anything?
See, it's coming out of those.
That's the speaker. That's the main speaker, though.
That might be it. We're going to play now.
No, I mean it's not.
Can I see some? I just want to try this because this is how I get. I have the same operating
I've
system.
literally never had a problem with this in my entire life.
I get audio problems when I do different audio interfaces.
It's all good.
So sometimes, not left click. So here. Sometimes you have to switch.
Yes, I made it.
And that sometimes does it.
You know where the FedEx office is?
No. Where is it?
No, it's cool.
Where is it? What do you need?
Huh? No, don't worry about it.
So weird. Should be coming out.
I love it. It's so weird. What is going on? Is there a different plug? You're like.
You guys want some water, or something? I'll get you guys some water.
Water is always really important. I agree with that. Dehydrate. That could be a problem. I'm gonna check the waters.
Thank you, sir. All right, somebody from AV Ops should be on their way.
I don't get it. Did they do that on the last one? Is there like a fucking volume thing here?
Yeah.
Wait, is this a volume control?
Fixed it!
Lo-fi, yeah. Uh-oh. And lo-fi beats to remix to.
Just screw it up. I screwed it all up. I shouldn't have unplugged it. You see that?
Oh, why are you messing up everything, Larry?
Oh my lord! Look at that. I can't believe it.
Just do the drop down thing on the bottom right.
Yeah.
And then just choose the other one instead of no. Like it's right there. There's like a quick way of doing it, so you don't have to go in.
But I just changed it.
You just click on it,
I know.
and then you did change it already.
I did change it already.
So you got the drop down. You just change it back to the.
I did. Unbelievable. I don't know. Who knows what I did? I totally screwed it up though. Oh, is that it? Nope. Fuck. You gotta be kidding me, man. Are you serious? That's what I get for trying to show you the thing.
What did we change?
Are you serious? I don't know. Nope. Unbelievable.
Oh, was it working?
No. Not working at all.
You need to jiggle the cable.
Nope. I can't fucking believe it. I can't believe it. Oh my god.
It's coming through.
Oh,
so it's just
no,
not
it's not. It doesn't matter to me. Because we fucked with it before.
Doing the tech good?
Oh my god. We're changing.
In the back. Okay, so turn the volume. Turn the volume up on the knob.
Yeah, it's coming out now through the.
What?
No.
No.
Oh, you'd stop. No. Hold on.
Wait.
Working.
Hold on,
Do
hold on.
the drop down again.
What? This is crazy, dude. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Oh my god. I can't believe it. Hold on a second. What the fuck? What the fuck even happened?
Larry OG. I go by Lion Tamer. I have no musical talent. Probably everybody in this room has more musical talent than I do, but I'm the community manager of OC Remix. I thank you guys for coming to the panel. And with me, introduce yourselves.
Hello, I am Hemophiliac. I am the workshop evaluator and a staff member on Overclocked Remix.
I'm Zalif.
You are way too quiet, Zalif.
There we go. I'm Zalif. And, I'm a mixer on OC Remix. I've been with you guys for a long time. I think like 20 years, 24 years maybe.
You are very soft-spoken, Matt.
Yes, I am very soft-spoken.
All right. Well, first off, give yourselves a round of applause for being here. And so I don't know if y'all noticed, it is snowing outside. We had Dark Sword, who was going to be here, but he said, you know what, I would like to remain alive. And so I'm not going to chance driving down from New Jersey, but unfortunately, we are missing Dark Sword right now. But you are here at OC Remix, where we say video game music is the greatest music. So let's go through what the heck have we been doing. Look at our delicious PowerPoint. Okay, is there anybody in the room, raise your hand, you're just like, hey, that looked interesting, but I don't know what OC Remix is, I've never heard of it, or I'm kind of newish. That's cool. Are you trolling me? No, okay, all right. Okay, y'all folks. All right, excellent. All right, give it up for the new folks. All right, perfect. All right, so most of y'all know what OC Remix is, but I'll give you the quick Reader's Digest. So, oh, posters are ready for pickup. Awesome. All right, so Overclock Remix was started in 1999 by David Lloyd, a.k.a. DJ Pretzel. He actually just stepped down in October of this past year, so almost 24 years of service, as it were, as the founder and the administrator and the poobah. So now Dark Sword is in charge, and we're keeping everything going. I don't know if anybody has noticed, but on the website, since December 31st, we have posted one remix a day. I'm trying to catch up this backlog, so like we want to keep. Oh, thank you. We want to keep all the great music coming to you. But so
Streak.
Yes, we've gone streaking. So the gist is that fans from all around the world contribute video game music arrangements, and they are reviewed by a team of judges for arrangement creativity and production quality. It's not enough to just cover a theme, like very straightforward. You know, let's say you take the Super Mario Brothers, overworld theme. It's not enough to just play it for piano and, note for note, same tempo, same rhythm, everything's exactly note for note the same. You need to add your own flavor to it, and you can change the time signature, the key, the rhythms, any tempo. You can add your own original writing with it, anything like that, to create something that pays tribute to that video game music, but also stands apart creatively from it. I always like to say, when some people go like, oh, OC Remix, what the fuck? Oh, I'm sorry, I can't say that. We have kids in the audience. OC, when they go like, oh, the arrangements are, I don't even recognize what the original song is in there. We promise we actually, listen to everything to make sure that the original song is used for at least 50% of the arrangement. We want everything to mostly be video game music arrangements. And then if you need the specific nostalgic triggers of the original music, go listen to the original music. We love it too, right? And so, we always say, if you're looking for that very, very specific response, like just go fire up YouTube and get the original music. So we have a judges panel that evaluates and critiques all the submissions. So far, we just turned 24 years old this past December. So this coming year in 2024, we're going to turn 25 years old, which is like, oh, my hair is all gray and all. You can't tell because I shaved my head and everything, but I am gray, and oh my God, we're old. I started out as a young kid, and this is crazy. But we've got over 4,000 free video game music remixes and over 100 albums thus far. Everything is free. We've got our forums. We've got a workshop resource, thanks to Hemophiliac over here. Zalif is also really good in terms of giving feedback to folks, and the whole mantra is we're not here to beat people down, right? A lot of times most submissions will get rejected and stuff like that. It's not about trying to be snarky and gatekeeping and everything like that. It's about, hey, what's the potential that you have? and we have a certain quality bar that we're trying to hit. And if you're not there yet, we want to help you get there. So, go to ocremix.org. We're on the social medias as well, Discord, all that good stuff. And just showing you what the website looks like these days. Yes, we have 11 bajillion tracks. I don't know when we will eventually change the tech stack now that DJP is no longer in charge. But I don't know, maybe we'll do something wild with the website. But everything is sort of tried and true. We have a Discord. We got the QR code. Join our Discord. Like, that's where everything is mostly happening these days. If you want to chat with folks that love video game music, like, let's do it. What do you guys like about the Discord? Y'all are big on the Discord.
Come hang out.
The community is probably one of the best things about Overclock, to be honest. Like, it's like really
Matt, why are you so
encouraging.
quiet? You gotta hug the
I know,
mic.
I gotta like really hug this thing, don't I? Yeah, it's like it's really one of the best things. It's people are willing to like, regardless of where you're at. Like, if you're new at it, or you've been there for a while, or if you're like really good at composing music and you're trying to change like the genre, like maybe you want to go into salsa or something like that. Like, there's people there that can help you understand the genre, kind of move into it, figure out how to like, and also there's a lot of musicians that are willing to record, and you can use their tools, which is amazing. So that way you're not having to know everything about everything, like really, like it's like, so like it's pretty awesome. Like there's some genres I've tried, like for competitions, things like that, and it's really helped me understand music and appreciate it a lot more.
How many, show of hands real quick, how many people are musicians in here? Like, actually, oh shit. Oh, okay. Oh, damn, okay. All right, we got a great audience. If you're not in the Discord, like, I highly encourage you. It's a really supportive environment. We would love to have you in there. So yeah, we got the QR code, but we're on discord.gg/OCRemix. We would love to have you there. All right, so now I'm gonna play some examples of video game music. Original video game music, and then the OC remixes. Again, most of y'all know what the deal is, but that said, we're going to hook you up with some examples. So let's get it going and see if you like it. Is that working? What the? I don't know. It's like one channel. No, are you serious? You can't do that. What the? That is not an example of an arrangement. I hate you, Andy. What in the? What do we? We have to play. Hold on. What in the world? I did touch the HDMI cord. Yes, I did. Unbelievable. Hold on a second. No, I don't have Not So Fatso playing, but thank you. I don't know. That's so weird. All right. Well, anyway, will that work? No, you got to be kidding me. No, wait. Oh my God, I can't believe it. That's terrible. This is a music panel. Hold on. What? Okay. I don't know. VLC media player? Sure. Let's see if that works. That will not work. Will it work? I don't know. Can you play MP3s and VLC media player? What? Nope. It's the speaker. What's going on? Anyway, oh my God, what the hell? All right. Play it anyways with no stereo? Okay, we'll play it anyways with no stereo. Isn't that freaking weird? What about that? What do I click? Oh, okay. You know what? That's not a bad idea. I don't know how to do all that. How do you do all that? Make it mono? Allow surround.
Force mono.
Guys, I'm old and wear glasses.
And his are broken too.
That didn't do anything. Who told me to force mod? That didn't do any. Soundboard, what is going on, guys? This worked like 2 seconds ago. There wasn't an audience at the time. Thank you. That's perfect.
The audio got stage fright.
What in the freak? Unbelievable. I've never had anything like that happen before in my life.
I love this. I absolutely love this one.
So we started with Mario, we circle back with it. Yay. All right, yeah, give it up. There's so many different ways you can arrange game music, so I hope that showed like a nice little slice there. So I'll just mention real quick, OC Remix is under the umbrella of the Game Music Initiative. We are actually under a 501c3 nonprofit, so if you dedicate to us, you can get a tax write-off and all that good stuff. So we just mentioned that because we have no profit motive or anything like that. We don't get paid, I don't get paid. Well, I mean, you definitely don't get paid, so. But yeah, if you feel like if you're rich and you feel like making a tax-deductible donation, go ahead to gamemusic.org and send that our way. Hemo, you take this about the remix competitions.
So over the years, there's been quite a few different competitions that have gone on both on and off the forums, both in and out of the community. They're a great way for new learning arrangers to gain experience and try new things out, or have veterans come in and actually show off their skills in a short time frame or with some kind of restraint of like arrangement techniques. So for example, like one compo might say you need to use only specific samples or use only songs from, I don't know, maybe Final Fantasy VI, something specific like that. They're a lot of fun. There's a great community around them. People give great feedback around that scene, and right now we actually have one going on that's going to start in another week. It's the second round of Game Set Mash, where 2 different games will get combined into one song. So, for example, the first series, Game Set Mash Volume 1, was the Final Fantasy Super Nintendo series versus Final Fantasy PlayStation series. So for example, one of the weeks was Final Fantasy IV versus Final Fantasy VIII, or 7 versus 6. And the competitors in that it was 7 or 10 days to arrange and make a track, and after that, get that in, and there was some voting, and at the end, actually both teams ended up tying. It was pretty incredible that actually ended up happening after all 3 rounds. Zalif actually participated in that, and so did I. I know there's some other people here in the audience who were involved, and it was really, really fun. It was so cool to see how everything came out.
Yeah, Zalif, talk a little bit about your Game Set Mash experience, compo experience.
Yeah, so I think it was great the way that the teams were set up, right? So like you basically have some people who are very, very experienced, and then you have some that are very new to it, and so. And as we got the announcements on which songs were going to be basically placed against each other, it was like, okay, some of these aren't going to be a little harder to do. Like this is 5/4 versus 7/8, and they're like one's a major, happy song, one's in a minor diminished key. Okay, how are we going to? All right, this might be a little harder for someone who just started writing music, right? And then there's other ones where it's like a clear, like it works so well. Like just added, like I'm trying to think what was one of the good ones. Like was Tifa versus.
Forever Rachel and Tifa's theme from Final Fantasy VII.
Nice.
That was a good one.
There was the Welcome to Our Town from Final Fantasy IV and You're Not Alone from Final Fantasy IX was one of the matchups. Those seemed to go really well together as well.
Oh, awesome. And the next Game Set Mash competition is going to start, next month?
Within a week or so.
Oh gosh, okay.
So if
super soon.
Yeah, if that's something you're actually interested in doing, join the Discord. You can easily join a team. Even if you're new, it's a great way to get your feet wet, talk with some new people, and start learning.
Yeah, we're still joining teams, so like this is the time to start if you guys want to jump in. This is a good time.
And I should mention the games for the next competition is actually going to be Metroid series versus Castlevania series.
Oh, yeah, so Metroidvania competition is going to be good. So excellent. Yep. All right, so I'd be remiss. I have a super loaded slide there for remix or success stories, but I just wanted to mention we've been around for 25 years, and in that time we've had a lot of contributors to OC Remix go on to do professional work in games, also TV and film as well. So just to show love to some of our folks that have been there, I couldn't fit like there are more people that I was thinking of, but I'll just you can like look and see what's there on the screen that I put together. Yeah, even some recent stuff. Anton Carraza, formerly Detective Tuesday, great up and coming. He is rapper and he used to do saxophone, but he had severe tinnitus, so he. I'm so proud of him. He pivoted and decided to do EWI, EWI, electronic wind instrument, and he's really had a lot of success after that. He just did some raps on T. Lopes' soundtrack for Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Shredder's Revenge. Mega Ran was on that too. He's another OC remixer that definitely should be on this list. And Big Giant Circles, he's somebody that, fun fact, he went to the video games live shows, and Jack Wall was there, who was, on the composer team for Mass Effect 1. He gave Jack a CD of arrangements and original music that he made, and Jack Wall ended up calling him going like, hey, this is some good stuff. Like, do you want to link up with me on the second game? So that's how Jimmy's professional career started. I see Maze Dude over there, who should be on the list. Everybody give it up for Maze Dude. Stand up real quick. Maze Dude is one of those guys that's like good at multiple things. Like I hate everybody in the scene because I have no talent and don't make music. So Maze Dude also has done mocap stuff, motion capture stuff. He does capoeira, so he could like beat you up and look stylish doing it. And he's an amazing musician. He's also scored the 7th Guest Infection, which is a really cool entry in the 7th Guest series. And then, yeah, Danny Baranowski, like a lot of people know Danny B, obviously blew up with Super Meat Boy, but literally got his start in making music at OC Remix. He was a former OC Remix judge as well. And yeah, I mean, the list of stuff, he's probably like our biggest success story as well, of someone who literally started at OCR. Yeah, Binding of Isaac, Crypt of the Necrodancer, and Cadence of Hyrule. Jeff Ball does violin a lot and was a frequent contributor on Steven Universe. And Eichenfeld, which was led by Ivy and Sarashu, the lead composers of the Steven Universe show. Jillian Aversa and Zircon, they met being contributors to OC Remix. So they used to do a podcast called VGDJ, but they met in real life and fell in love and got married, and I was their best man. So like, we bring the love. Video game music, we bring the love. Absolutely bring the love. And then speaking of that, another friend of theirs, Will Roger, goes by Busted Tunes on OCR, but longtime LucasArts composer, just did the soundtrack for Mortal Kombat 1, but I mean, he's big in the, he did Mortal Kombat 11 previous to that. I know that doesn't make sense, right? Like the numbering, what have you. But yeah, Call of Duty World War II, like lots of major games. And then one of my favorites, Joe Zija, who goes by Expert Novice, he is another one just like Maze Dude, who I hate Joe Zija so much because he's an amazing arranger. He plays a ton of instruments, but he also was ex-Air Force, and he does parkour. He's a sci-fi author, and he's a voice actor. And so if you look at his stuff that he's done, this is relatively recently, I don't know, did anyone see like a few years ago, the Star Fox, The Battle Begins? It was like an 11-minute animated short. He was the voice of Fox McCloud in that. He was also the voice of Claude Von Regan in Fire Emblem Three Houses, and he's Wriothesley in Genshin Impact. So it's like, he's my friend, and I knew him before he was famous. So that just shows we've got a ton of talent that comes in. Another one who, again, right, I can't fit like everybody in there. Mention Maze Dude, mention Mega Ran. Ben Prunty, who did the soundtrack to FTL, Faster Than Light. he only joined OC Remix like later on, even after like he blew up in his career. But the reason he got started making music is because he was inspired by Star Salzman, one of the arrangers on there, one of the old school. Y'all know what I'm talking about on there. So we've got a lot of folks there. Now our man Jarrell, there we go. You got the gear? You got the stuff? He's got the stuff. Okay, wave your hand back there, Jarrell. You got the stuff? Okay, our man Arrow, Jarrell Jones, he has taken a break to be with us for MAGFest, all the way from National Geographic, and we have got merch and swag and gear if you want. You can go holler at Jarrell. $15. We've got our Mega Man double CD for Everlasting Peace. It is an officially licensed album that we did in partnership with Capcom. It is an amazing album. Like, I love it. Go ahead and grab it. We've got shirts. You want to get that gear. And if you get a shirt, we've got some free albums, commemorative limited edition albums you can get, including the EVEP, our Pokemon's album. So anyway, feel free to go talk to Jarrell in the back. Otherwise, see us after the panel and everything like that. All right. I've been talking too long, so but I'll do a quick rundown on some recent albums that we've had. But again, keep in mind all the content is free. I'll actually start bottom right, but we had a Chrono Cross album called Chronopolis. We had The Legend of Zelda: Link's Awakening, Songs of the Sirens. That's actually our second Link's Awakening album. We had super obscure Terranigma for the Super Nintendo. So yeah, no, that's some good stuff. All right. Fun fact, we had a couple years ago, Golden Sun, A World Reignited. Fantastic 3-disc album. All right, fun fact. No shade, I'm not mad, but it was funny. So the original composer of Golden Sun, Motoi Sakuraba, when we tweeted about this album, we tagged him in it like, show love and everything like that. Unfortunately, the tweet absolutely blew the hell up. And like people were hyped, so he blocked us because there was like 1,000 retweets and reactions and stuff to the album. So, but anyway, I'm sure he loves us, but the reaction was too good. So stop caring about the music. You terrible. Anybody play Jet Force Gemini in the N64? Like, okay, cool. So the top right over there, Mizar Attacks. We've got I will say real quick, for anything where you don't know the game, one of the things I highly recommend, because I would not be sitting up here on the stage and being as involved in OC Remix as I had been if I had not listened to all the stuff that was on the website. When I first became a fan, I grew up pretty poor and didn't have a lot of games, had maybe like 4 or 5 games. So when I heard of OC Remix, I just stuck with the games that I had heard of, like Street Fighter, Streets of Rage, and stuff like that. I never played Mega Man. I never played Final Fantasy, Castlevania. Like, I'd heard of them, right? But I didn't have the exposure, the nostalgia. Only when I started listening to everything else was I blown away by what was on the website, and that's when I became a super fan. So when I say with the Jet Force Gemini album, Mizar Attacks, even if you have no nostalgia for it, check it out. You will find a lot of good stuff on there.
Listen to everything.
Yeah, listen to everything. And in the top middle there, Mode 7, Super Nintendo Jazz album by the OC Jazz Collective. It is a phenomenal album. And our most recent album, Final Fantasy VIII, Seeds of Pandora, the largest OC Remix album that's ever been put out, 80 tracks. What the hell were we doing? So we will play the trailer for that, going through. Y'all can both talk about that. Y'all go ahead.
Yeah, so this is actually an upcoming album that's going to be released soon. It was in conjunction with Nintendo Force magazine. They actually produced a book about the life of Iwata. It's called The Impact of Iwata. And they kickstarted that. They met their goals handsomely. And in conjunction with that, one of the stretch goals was an album to go along with an audiobook that they're also producing. And so in the near future, we have this 16-track album that's going to be coming out with it. And so here's a short preview of some of it. I believe this is this gentleman's track right over here.
I had no clue they were going to do this. This is funny to me.
Dragon Warrior, yep, absolutely. So the whole point, there's going to be like Chris was saying, right, there's going to be an audiobook component with it. So each chapter will have a track. And, again, right, it's focusing all on important games in the career of Satoru Iwata. So can you talk a little bit about, like, sort of your inspiration on this Dragon Warrior arrangement?
Well, it's on the fly, so this is great. All right, so so all the music here, well, I'd say most of it, like 80% of it is live. So these are all like live instruments, live performers that were recorded. I think it's like, what, 6 or 7? I don't know. It's quite a bit. Yeah,
Eat the mic.
Yeah, so there's a lot of performers in there. So that's live violin, live piano, live trumpet, live trombone, and it was like it's interesting like to see like the spread. Chromatic apparatus, is that his name?
Mm-hmm.
Saying it right? Right. So like, it's funny because like I sent him like a cello part because I was like, oh, I might do cello because like there's a cello part that's exposed and it would sound really good. And so I sent it to him, and then like about 30 minutes later, and this is like at 3 a.m, 30 minutes later, he sent me the whole thing recorded with like two versions, left and right. Like it was
insane. He's
absolutely
so crazy.
amazing. I mean, and on top of that, like I said, okay, I only need measures like 140 through like 180 or something like that. He sent me like basically the whole thing ready to go, and I was just like, dude, like these guys, they're absolutely amazing. So it was a lot of fun doing this. Inspiration for this song. I wanted something that was curious that worked for like the background of like an audiobook, so that's what I was going for. So I don't know if you guys listened to any, like you've heard of my stuff at all before, but usually I do like electronic or industrial or like some heavy metal. Like that's usually what I go for. This isn't that. So like so the first stuff I did was classical and orchestral music. And it was funny, it was actually Zach Parrish who actually like was like, hey, I like your orchestral stuff. You should really go back and do that again. So I was like, all right, for Iwata, I'm going to do this. This is going to take a lot of work, especially if it's all live. But I'm hoping it sounds great. I think it sounds good.
Yeah. No, it sounds good.
He's being humble too. Like he's a master of psytrance, and so when he makes this other stuff too, it's just like it blows us all out of the water. It's like, man, too good, too good.
All right, so we're gonna play a little bit of, and Hemophiliac has a track on here. You can talk a little bit about it from Wii Sports.
Who's played Wii Sports? Okay.
All right, I figured this would be like the main event.
I think you guys might recognize this then. So the inspiration behind this was actually kind of a funny offshoot comment made by community member Lucas Gamarez. He had mentioned to me that there really isn't like bebop around. Like he hasn't really heard much bebop arrangements, and so I started working on this with kind of a big band feel in mind, and actually that really quickly got reduced to a bebop feel in the first half of the song. And later on, it actually kind of expands into a bigger band feel. So it's kind of a mellow, chill kind of thing.
Oh, cool. Yeah, there's gonna be. Let me see what else I had in here. I'm not gonna like play anything else right now, but I should. Oh, okay, he told me to skip ahead.
Yeah, I'm telling you to fast forward so you can hear some of the brassy parts that I was talking about. We got Gamer that wins on the flute there.
Yeah, these days especially, again, right, there are a lot of musicians in the room. It's never been easier these days to get in touch with and collaborate with live instrumentalists. So if you want to take your stuff to sort of that next level and get real instruments and everything like that, and we love sampled stuff, right? But if you want to expand your collaboration, abilities and get your networking on, then I definitely recommend being in the Discord and connecting with all the numerous instrumentalists that are out there. They're tremendous.
I was just saying, and save a little money too, because to be honest, like buying like millions of VSTs where like there's a violinist right next to you who could play it and it sounds way better, like, just go with the violinist.
Yeah. No, totally. And you know what? Let me just mention real quick. We just had this past year, we had our very first father-daughter OC Remix collaboration. Zaylith and his daughter Audio Mint in the crowd. Audio Mint, stand up, yo. Come on, give it up. She's playing hooky from school today. This is great. No, it got canceled. It was snowing. All right. So keep an eye out for the Impact of Awada audio book. We will have a big announcement on that. You can be in the Discord and get the lowdown on when that's going to be coming out. All right. Is anybody ready for a trailer? Will it work? Who's ready for a trailer? All right. Excellent. Excellent. So I think it'll work. I think it'll work. So let's go with Final Fantasy VIII Seeds of Pandora and see what's going on. Will it work? I don't know if it'll work. Yeah, Jose the Bronx Rican puts together all of our trailers. Show of hands real quick. Who played Final Fantasy VIII? Like, who's familiar? All right. Oh, make some noise. Yeah, make some noise. That's right. Yeah, we have too many album projects. Yeah, Game Art HQ is a wonderful fan site for video game artwork. So this is our second album teaming up with them. All the artwork is from Game Art HQ. Yeah, well, you got Mexican-inspired music on here. Like, I'm telling you, there's so many different ways to arrange video game music. It's incredible. But it's all in Spanish. It's great. I love reading that. Jeez.
That number's wrong, by the way. It ended up being 80 tracks. Yep, whoops. All right, cool. So I know there's actually people here who worked on the album. So if you were here, you know, give yourselves a round of applause. Like, or if you worked on that, that thing's awesome. I know Cyril in the front row worked on that. Mel worked on that. Colorado Weeks back there somewhere worked on it. So, yeah.
All right. Awesome, yo. And yeah, in the trailer, I hate Lucas Ramirez. I hate. He's a bastard. In the trailer, it said, 69 tracks, and then literally we had the trailer out. We're like, yeah, Then a month before the album was gonna come out, he's like, let's make a whole bunch more. So it expanded it into 80.
Oops, 11 more tracks.
Yeah,
in-
so
in
oops, 11 more tracks. Yeah,
three
a whole
weeks.
disc. It was like, 69 tracks, 4 discs. It's like, no, 5 discs, 80 tracks. Unbelievable. So, yeah, well, he's a bastard. All right. So we had recently, in 2023, the 20th anniversary of the very first OC Remix album, Super Metroid Relics of the Chozo, with some brand spanking new art by Step Sabidlo, who is amazing. So we're gonna do another trailer real quick and just show that off because I love her artwork and she's incredible. So Super Metroid, the original, the album that started it all. Any Super Metroid players in here? Oh, okay, goddamn. All right, excellent. Why'd you have to scare me at the end? Anyway, all right, give it up, Super Metroid Relics of the Chozo. Yeah, still a classic. Very first album, but unified theme and great. And fun thing, we just posted a Chimpazilla had a Metroid arrangement of Kraid, Kraid's Chamber, Kraid's Lair from the NES, and Hip Tanaka retweeted it yesterday. So I mean, Hip Tanaka's always the man, and love him. All right, so one more trailer, just because we have this album for sale and it rocks, and we hope you will purchase it. But if you're like, I don't know, you guys, you're not very good at music, hopefully this one will convince you. This is one that came out 10 years ago. I can't believe it, but in partnership with Capcom. So Mega Man's on his 35th, baby. Yep, there you go. So, yeah, and one of the things I love about it, yeah, RNN, Maya Peterson, who did the artwork, I mean, take a look at that artwork, man. That's freaking insane. So if you want that, it's $15. Jarrell's in the back, and we'll sign it. We got Sharpies. Folks are here. Meizu was on it. Like, we'll sign the stuff. It's all good. Whatever, come and get it. What else is going on? Oh, yes, okay. All right. So just one more call out for the socials. I even printed a sign that was only ready after the panel started that was going to hold up. But, like, We are here. Like, you know, if you would like to, I'll cover my face up. You don't need to see me. Just join our Discord. Perfect. I'll hide right behind it. So we seriously, discord.gg/OCRemix. Are you serious? What are you doing? I'm moving. Oh, how dare you? I was scared. Okay. Well, anyway, so follow us on the socials, and you know, we would love for you to take part in the community. Any musician in particular, but again, right? I say that as I've joked many a time. I have no talent. If you sang me a note, I wouldn't know what it is. But I love video game music more than any other music. So if that's you too, and you like the VGM, welcome. We would love to have you and chat in our Discord and come and hang. And look, OC Remix, I've done some cool stuff. I've gotten to go to like Japan and Paris and like stuff, just like representing the site, and got to meet some cool people. Nobu Uematsu, when he was here, MAGFest, like one of the last times I was here, any pro wrestling fans, because he's a big pro wrestling fan too, he put me in a full Nelson on stage at fucking MAGFest. I mean, insane. So like, get into this community. Cool stuff can happen, for real. And that is, I don't, oh, that's it right there. Okay, great. Q&A, we have some time for Q&A. Come up, you have to talk in the mic so that it'll be picked up on the Twitch chat, on the Twitch stream. But do you have any questions? Nobody has any questions. All right, no, come on up. Come on up. What's your question?
So, first off, how...
Is that a Hyperlight Drifter?
It is.
Jacket? Oh,
It's the Heart Machine hoodie.
Oh, okay, Heart Machine hoodie. Yeah, great. We do have an amazing Hyperlight Drifter arrangement on the site as well, so definitely check that out. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Is that a recent one?
It came out a couple years ago.
Okay. I'm doing catch up now because I've gone back through all of the early catalog.
Yeah.
Because like I grew up with it, so I'm like rediscovering it again.
Thank you.
How was it re-releasing Relics of the Chozo? Like, how did you go about re-releasing it? Like finding the old tracks,
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, I'm a huge data nerd, so I mean, we've had the WAV files and everything like that, just tagging them up, making them nice, and like I said, Steps Abidlo, she is an absolutely amazing artist, so really having the chance to get her to enhance that, I think the main enhancement was that fresh artwork and stuff like that. But Jose the Bronx Rican, who does all our trailers, like, he's insane.
He kills it every time.
Yeah. So, but no, I think, and then Kong in Concert. Anyone play the original Donkey Kong Country? So, Kong in Concert, that was our second album, and we're going to be looking to do like another re-release of that, you know, next year, like another anniversary package. So I think just being huge nerds, we still have all the stuff.
Cool, awesome.
Yeah. Thank you for your question. Oh, it's OC Remixer Sergeant Rama. Sergeant Rama, baby. He's got the contagious eye infection. How are you?
You know, it's funny. Mark Olson just got a contagious eye infection, too, and I got to make that
Oh, my
joke.
gosh. What's up, man?
I'm good. So, first of all, let me say I appreciate everything Dave has done in the years, but I am super excited for Shark to take over the site because Dave's busy. Dave's a busy guy.
Yeah.
Do you have any previews of things we can expect other than the Remixer Cube?
Wait, what? Stuff to expect with what?
With the new developments and all what's going on with the site and everything.
I am not technically savvy. I am not the one to answer this.
We can talk about the
new submission
system. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So for any, you go ahead. Yeah, man. Any old school people, yeah.
I was gonna say, so like it used to be that you had to send an email to get your track into the queue for judging, and now it's actually an automated system that's in the forums. So all you need is a forum account, go in there and upload your file straight to OCR, you know, put some comments about, you know, what you did, send it in, and then it goes to the panel and gets the judging system going.
Yep, so that's the main thing. Like, Dark Sword's the coder and everything like that. Like, maybe we will tag you in. Like, you know, come. I'm sure you have ideas.
I have so many ideas, but it's not my place.
No, that's all good. No, we're open to that. Like, this is a new regime. It's all good. Like, we're totally open to that. I don't know what I'm doing, so like, I need to be surrounded by people that know what they're doing.
There is a.
You know where to find me, I guess.
No, we'll definitely do it. So give it up for Sergeant Rama, who is at Full Sail University. He is a bigwig at Full Sail. So if you're trying to, you know, get a piece of paper.
Real quick before.
Yeah, do it.
Also on the Discord, there's actually a suggestions channel. If you had something specific, you could put a suggestion in there as well for improvements or changes.
Absolutely. All right, coming up, my man. What's your question?
So really fast, I don't know if anybody remembers me.
Go ahead.
Nobody remembers me? Great. I was that nerd who was asking for the Seeking Densetsu 3 album.
It's out.
I know it's out.
Uh-oh.
No, that was years ago.
I know. That took like 12 years to come out, so.
But I actually just want to ask, you guys have a Patreon, right?
Oh, man, you know what? We're so non-money hungry, we didn't even mention that we have a Patreon. Yes.
That's a trick question. I knew you had a Patreon.
It's all tax
There's a
deductible.
Patreon.
We're like now under the 501c3. So if you support us on Patreon, like, yeah, write that off on your taxes.
If you like these guys, please support them on Patreon. It helps, obviously.
Oh, thank you. You know what? Thank you so much. That's hilarious that we didn't even mention the Patreon. I was like, I'm like averse to making money. That's great. No, thank you. I'm terrible.
Hi.
What's up?
So, if someone comes up and says, I have zero experience making music or anything like that, but I want to make game arrangements or anything similar, what advice would you have for that type of person?
I don't have any talent, but these men can speak to
Advice, the best advice I can give would be willing to try and fail, because it's going to take a lot of iteration, a lot of work. You know, things don't happen overnight. Some people are insane like that, but most people aren't. It's definitely a worthy experience to try and do something new. It's exciting, it's scary, but you know what? Everyone can do it. Be willing to listen.
And there's like if it's a cost thing too, like there's a lot of free stuff out there. Like there's some DAWs out there that are free, really great VSTs, really good. And you can also work with other musicians too that can record stuff. So like if that's, and I know a lot of people are like, well, I don't have that much money, I can't get started. And
You don't need money.
Yeah, well, I'm not gonna lie and say it doesn't help a little bit.
It does.
It does help a little.
Just like live musicians help.
Ask questions too. Like, come join the Discord, come to the workshop, ask questions. We'd be happy to help. I love helping people, especially who are just starting out.
Like there are people who literally full time just spend time on Discord just walking people through, and it's like a lot of times I learn stuff too. I'm like, oh yeah, I didn't know that was a thing, which is great.
So I decided as like a random thing because of your question, the track that I'm playing right now, we have not posted this to OC Remix yet. We will be posting it if all goes to plan. We will post it on Leap Day on February 29th, which is the original composer's birthday, Lena Rain. This is from Chicory, and it is by a musician who goes by the handle of Navi. Because you asked your question, I don't have any experience. I'm starting from zero, just like he did. You can do it.
Everyone can do it.
Anyone can do it.
Thank you.
Except me. I can't do it, but what's your question?
Hello.
Hello.
I was in the Discord for the Seeds of Pandora premiere party, so that was fun.
Oh, cool.
Oh, thank you.
I'm going to reiterate a question that I put in there
Okay.
for this officially.
Do we dodge your question?
Yeah, well, someone answered it as best they could. The question I had was, as you can tell, I've been at many of these, and I've completely gotten all the Final Fantasy free CDs with all my stuff that I've purchased. Any more of those coming out anytime soon as free gifts?
Oh, not yet.
I don't think so. Okay. Just want to let you know, I always like buying the stuff, and the fact that you guys make physical albums for completely free projects and you're able to buy shirts and get those is just, I can't think of anybody else who'd be willing to do that, and I thank you so much for it, because I have all of them that I've gotten so far.
Oh, thank you, dude. Again, we don't make any money on that, so
Exactly.
we hate money. Money is
I
bad.
bought all the official ones too, so it's like, I'll buy those too, but if I gotta buy a bunch of shirts to get those, I'll buy those too.
Awesome,
So
awesome.
I'm glad to do it, and I'm glad you guys are doing this, so thank you so much.
Yo, thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. You have a question? What's your question?
Hi. Sorry. First, I'd like to apologize. I've been on the Discord for a month, and Dark Swords and Larry OG, I believe, encouraged me to submit stuff, and I keep forgetting.
That's okay. Do it. Do it. There's no rush.
But my name is Embulto, and I have a bunch of stuff online, and I wanted to ask, what happens if I submit stuff to OC Remix, but it's already out? Like, I have albums for
I've done
sale.
that.
How do you?
I've done that. It's okay. Like, so like what will happen is, like on Spotify, like I've got contacted before, and they're like, is it okay that this is also on YouTube? And you just have to say it's okay, because like you're the artist. Well, it's a derivative work, right? So you're the one who's like if you, I don't know if you use like Sounddrop or something like that.
Well, I am planning to eventually. I'm on Bandcamp
Right.
only so far, but the idea is.
You just have to give a pass for OC Remix for them to continue to use it. And
Yeah.
that's
so,
what I've done.
Oh yeah. I should have said that, right? But I guess for any musicians that would like care about it, right? OC Remix does not take any ownership of your music or like any copyright or anything like that. You give us permission to post the stuff on our website and on our social media, and it'll be on our website like in perpetuity, and people can freely download it, or they can play, stream to YouTube or whatever. But like, we don't own it. If you want to professionally release it on Spotify or Bandcamp or or it's part of a professional album or anything like that, that's fine. Like, we have a ton of those.
So simply by submitting, I am already like it's an action of saying, okay, you guys can do this.
Yep,
no one-
absolutely. Yeah, if you submit, you're agreeing that you're okay with us publishing it and promoting it in that way,
Right.
and we don't take any ownership of it.
If you do sell it, just make sure you go through the right avenues, because like there are some copyright things, especially if it's from like an artist in Japan. Like there's like a whole process you have to go through. So you just want to make sure you do it the right way. If you're
Oh yeah, the licensing has to be all
absolutely.
absolutely. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much.
Huh? Oh, go ahead.
Thank you.
All
Hi, good afternoon.
All right, so it is Jen's, and she's the director of our Wild Arms album, Armed and Dangerous. All right, give it up for Jen. It is good to see you.
Thank you for that. How are you doing? It's been a long time.
We owe you a physical printing of that album.
Yes, we do, and that was going to be one of my questions.
What's that?
He's developed psychic powers. It is his time
Kind
as
of
a
related
judge.
to that.
Oh, we're good. Yeah, I think it's time to go. Yeah, yeah, that's right. What's your other question?
Well, I have two questions actually. One of them is, I know it's a little expensive to print, but is OCR ever interested to make vinyls for their project?
Make what?
Vinyls.
Oh, the vinyls.
Like, because I know you guys, when you make a project, you print the CDs, sometimes of selected tracks. If it's a big project, it's not all the tracks. So.
No, yes.
Because vinyls are becoming more popular now, and
No,
a lot of us are getting back into it. So
Probably look into it.
I think it would be a good, cool idea to do.
Give me 1 second. Who I'm thinking
Yeah,
of?
sure.
Hold on. No, so there's an OC remixer that runs a vinyl record label. What the heck? I'm trying to find it.
Isn't it VGM vinyl?
No, not VGM vinyl. So Mark Junker, what vinyl label does he run, man? But no, we have
Yeah,
talked
look it
to.
up.
I know we've talked to Mark Junker about it, and I think if we do something on vinyl first, I think it'll be our Chrono Trigger jazz album, Chronology, because one game, easier to license, whereas like other stuff would be very, 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 very difficult. And I think for the vinyl, it's like one vinyl, right? It doesn't have to be like double, triple, 8, 12 vinyls or something like that. But I think that's like
why I was saying it's a little bit.
yeah. I think that's the deal. Put all 4,000 on vinyl. If you got $1 billion, we will definitely do that. What else is on your mind, Jen? Oh, when are we gonna do a Phantasy Star album? We can get DJ P to come out of retirement because he's gotta do it, No, he's gonna do it. He'll do it. Woody, I don't know, but I will ask about that because we do need to do that. So I will. Our very first OC remix is from Phantasy Star 3. So it's all tied to Sega and Master System and all that kind of stuff. Yeah. Fun fact: OC remix was primarily inspired by Sega Master System and Sega, not Nintendo, which I would have thought. But yeah, he's a Sega fan. But we will do it. He is not here, but we will do it. We will maybe eventually. No, thank you. Oh, no, it's great to see you. What is your question?
Hello.
Oh, wrap it up. So we'll wrap it up. Go ahead, real quick. Thank you. Awesome. You can't do that. You're not allowed to ask me my favorite. I don't know.
I'm biased a little bit because I was on this one, but DKC2. Not
Serious Monkey Business.
No, that's the first one.
Oh, Kong in Concert?
Oh yeah, Kong Concert was the first one. Serious Monkey Business, the second DKC.
I think that makes
album.
sense. That makes sense.
I'm biased.
I'm biased. So, for anybody that doesn't know, for Serious Monkey Business, our Donkey Kong Country 2 album, we had the original composer, David Wise, contribute the closing track on there, and he did a collaboration with Robin Beanland, co-composer on Donkey Kong Country 1, and Grant Kirkhope, who did Donkey Kong Land. So it was like all the Donkey Kong Land and Country series composers tag teaming for our closing track. And the reason he was on our Donkey Kong Country 2 album was because he heard our first Donkey Kong Country album, Kong in Concert, and individually reached out to people by email and said, I love what you guys are doing. This is great. So he's been a fan ever since. And fun fact, I wouldn't be so into video game music without David Wise and aquatic ambience from the first Donkey Kong Country, because you could pause the game and listen to music. And that was like a really formative memory for me as a video game music fan. Do you have a favorite album?
Yeah, I like Final Fantasy songs. I'm not gonna lie to that. That's basically what
Which-
Dream. So it's probably the first one, 7. I think that was our first.
Voices of the Live Stream.
I'm a little biased, but yeah.
Voices of the Live Stream's good too. Yeah, that was a great one. Does anybody know? Has anybody seen Alex Mukala? He's from France, and he does a lot of funk stuff. He was inspired to make music from Voices of the Live Stream. All right, we got to move on to the last question, because we got to wrap it up. All right, what's your question? Thank you. Oh, a reunion at MAGFest next year. Perfect. Yes, we will do that. So that's an easy question. Perfect. You got anything more? Oh, okay, we gotta go. All right,
Thank you.
everybody,
Thank you.
give yourselves a quick round of applause. Go get some merch. OC
Thank you, everyone.
Remix. We love to have you here. Thank you so much, you guys. I don't want to sign your name. I don't want to do that. No.
That's awesome.
Yes.
Thank
you.
We needed the comic
We
relief. It's
appreciate it.
fabulous.
Yes. Awesome job. Thank you for coming.
Can the panel get a photo after?
Yeah. Yes.
I can.
Charlie the consent shark.
That is
Is what?
Are you gonna? Are you leaving that off?
Yes.
Up on the screen.
That is the energy.
So guys, I think we should have an official panel mascot.
Yes. Panel mascot right
Like-
there.
Yeah, Charlie the consent shark. It's happening.
The consent.
They're getting a tattoo next week. Ready?
Thumbs up.
I think we're good.
We're good to go. Thumbs up. We're
It's on
We're
you.
good.
Let's do
good
it.
news. You want to wait till they sit down?
People are going to keep filing in.
Okay, that's cool. You can start.
All right. Wait for everybody to take their seat. No rush. That's awesome. All right, welcome, guys, gals, and non-binary pals. Thank you for attending this panel. We're going to dive in. This is Ready Player 2, Navigating Sex at Conventions, the Importance of Consent. I do want to state that this presentation will discuss heavy topics, including physical and sexual violence. At times, the panelists will be using examples that have graphic details. Please feel free at any time to step out or refrain from any discussion. If you need to, you are welcome to reach out to us afterwards privately if you want to get more information. There's going to be a resource on that later as well. Additionally, please be mindful of the language when speaking or asking questions. This is supposed to be a safe space, and the aim is for everybody to engage at their own comfort levels. That being said, the panel will have informative stuff, but it will be presented in a conversational and casual way so that the information can be relayed more easily. There is a chance that we are going to swear at times, so be mindful of that.
Guaranteed. Not a chance.
So I just want to introduce myself. I am the moderator. My name is Julia Flynn. My relevance to this panel is that I have over a decade of experience in domestic and sexual violence advocacy. I have also worked with offenders. I've worked with survivors. I've worked in prisons, courts, all of that fun stuff. And I want to open it up for the rest of my panelists to introduce themselves.
Hi, I'm Jimmy. If you're part of the MAGFest 21 Plus Facebook group, I'm an active shit poster there. Yeah. And I'm here because I'm here to tell a story about how I was once sexually assaulted by a woman.
I'm Liz Ross. My pronouns are they, them. I have a radio show called the Sex Ed Radio Show in Austin, Texas, where I talk about sex on the radio. I headed Women in Games International Austin for about 7 years, and I'm finishing up my degree in acupuncture and abology.
Hi, I'm Alex Brandon, and I write music for games. I also have contributed to a gender relations roundtable that took place. I wasn't actually there, but it was run by Bonnie Bogovich, and it was in the Mages panel. Anybody here make that one? It was a few years ago. Yeah. But yeah, it's a subject that I have a lot of passion about. So.
I'm Christy Dev. I am currently going into my 13th year working in healthcare. 11 of those have been privileged to work with the forensic analysis and collection for domestic violence and sexual assault victims.
And last but certainly not least, we want to give a special thanks to Ariel Hansen, who is sitting in here in the front so she can wave, Elspeth Eastman and Aaron Shane. Unfortunately, the last two were unable to attend the panel. However, they did contribute quite a bit to this, so just want to give them credit where it's due. Every 68 seconds, someone in the US is sexually assaulted. That is a direct fact. That means that pretty much every minute, someone is being sexually assaulted. I just want to take a moment to let everyone marinate that. So what will we be covering? What consent is and isn't, who can consent and who can't, situations of harassment, assault, and other non-consensual acts in the gaming industry and at conventions. Aside from our own personal experiences, this discussion will be general and not specific. We will be covering tips for keeping yourself safe and helping others, our own personal experiences with these issues, resources for reporting and educating others. We're also going to be covering the general aspect of don't be a dick. These are the things we will not be covering in this panel because they take much longer to get into. They are just as important, but we are focusing on the basics right now. So this would include, things we're not covering would include alternative lifestyles, including how consent is treated within those communities. If you're interested in a particular alternative lifestyle, do research before you dive in. There are specific ways to look into that. Health advice, we'll touch a little bit on this, but we won't go into graphic detail. Just general rule, be safe. Legal advice, none of us on the panel are attorneys. We cannot provide that, so unfortunately we can't give any information there. We will not be doing any type of therapy modalities or other ways to care for yourself after a non-consensual experience. However, we are providing resources so that those are available to you here at the end. And then last but not least, again, how to find someone to have sex with at MAGFest. May the odds be ever in your favor.
Sorry, guys. They vetoed me.
It should be better now that you will be understanding how consent works and how to navigate that. So we're gonna be talking about consent. What is consent? Okay, so consent is an agreement between participants to engage in any sexual activity, and it has to be freely and clearly communicated between all parties involved. Communication is absolutely key here. Everything about consent boils down to communication and healthy communication. Consent has to always be informed, voluntary, and active. It cannot be given if any of these are present: force, coercion, and incapacitation. We'll touch a little bit more there later on in the panel. Consent is more than just about asking permission and getting a yes. All parties involved should ensure that they are doing it with enthusiastic and ongoing continued consent. We're gonna dive into that a little deeper. Consent has to occur every time before every activity. Boundaries and expectations for all parties need to be discussed before engaging in any type of sexual activity or behavior. If a situation has not been previously discussed, you need to pause to check in with all parties. We will be telling you how to do that later on. Consent needs to be explicit, specific, and expressed verbally. Okay, it has to be verbal. Consent is always reversible. It can be withdrawn or revoked at any point in time during any activity. Last but not least, any type of sexual activity that occurs without explicit consent is sexual assault. Absolutely. It's important to note who cannot consent. First up are minors. We are at a convention. There are people under the age of 18 here. Yes, age of consent varies state by state. Err on the side of caution. Don't engage with anybody under 18. Whoever you are engaged with, make sure that they're of age, okay? Don't be a creep. Don't do that. Don't hurt people. Very important that we pay attention to minors. Those who also can't consent are those who are intoxicated through drugs or alcohol. You want to exercise appropriate judgment and always err on the side of caution when interacting with those on substances. You also need to remember that an original sober no overrides an intoxicated yes. In terms of substance use, yes, you can have a drink and still be mindful, so that is something that you have to kind of gauge. We are talking about the point where people no longer know their surroundings, no longer can actually communicate what is going on, or if you already knew ahead of time that they did not want to engage. So again, that sober no. If they said no before, that means don't take advantage of the fact that they may be saying yes now. Very clear, very clear. Hold off and have that conversation once they're sobered up. Those who are asleep, unconscious, or ill, they cannot consent. They're not able to vocalize, they're not able to verbalize, and anything happening there, they're unaware of. Do not do it. Do not engage whatsoever. Additionally, those with any type of cognitive impairments or disabilities that may impair their ability to clearly understand the dynamics of a given situation. Don't take advantage of people's vulnerabilities or the things that they might not understand. You want to be more mindful when you're interacting with those individuals that are struggling. Last but certainly not least, this one might seem a little bit strange, public bystanders. Okay, so this is going out to a specific group of people such as exhibitionists or people that may be engaging in sexual behavior in their room but have their windows open. Again, we are thinking about minors, we're also thinking about other people that are attending the con. There are specific spaces to have that type of behavior. You want to look for those. You don't want to actually do those in a public setting where you could be caught. I realize it heightens the arousal for some. Don't do it because other people can't consent to it. You don't know what you're exposing them to and what they're carrying around with them. So just err on the side of caution, be mindful, be respectful. This again boils down to respecting identities in individuals. So first and foremost, respecting pronouns and gender identities. If you mess up with somebody's pronouns, more often than not, if you just catch yourself, take accountability, apologize, and aim to do better, most individuals will be graceful with you, okay? It's about the effort, it's not about perfection, right? And if somebody does correct you, don't take offense, don't get defensive, try to respect them and see them who they are in that moment as an individual. Understand that there are different sexualities and orientations. So what do I mean by that? I mean that just because you are interested in somebody does not mean that that is going to be reciprocated, and it also doesn't necessarily mean it's an immediate rejection. I know that's very easy if someone doesn't want to, engage with us, that we might take that personally. It doesn't always have to be personal. It could be personal preference. It could be their orientation. So just be mindful of that. Their sexuality is a spectrum, guys, so just pay attention. Again, wanting to respect medical needs. So this goes back in a little bit into unconscious, safety, ill. Don't take advantage of people. If they need help, try to get them help. If you don't know, find somebody else that does. Do not fetishize elements of people's identities and bodies, okay? This is an objectification, right? You can be attracted to something without having to fetishize it, without having to make it the sole reason you are interested in another individual, right? So we have a lot of different people, a lot of different individuality. We don't want to just take one aspect of them and say, you know what, that's the only part I like of you, because that's making them feel like an object. You want to see them as the person in front of you. You want to respect them. Last but not least, do not body shame. If you're unaware, body shaming is considered sexual harassment. Just because it's not positive sexual harassment doesn't mean it's not sexual harassment. It absolutely is. That being said, every body, as in every person, and every body, as in every physical body, is valid, unique, and deserves respect. So always be mindful when you're interacting with others. This is the easiest way to remember how you're getting full consent. Consent means lighting the right fires. So FIRES is an acronym. We're gonna go through all of these. So F is for freely given, which again means not under pressure, threat, manipulation, sense of obligation, or unequal power dynamics. Again, this also means that they're not intoxicated or in any type of altered state. Informed. What does informed mean? Informed means discuss your risk factors, STI status, additional partners, birth control. These are all things to be mindful of and to communicate before engaging in any type of sexual behavior with another person or persons. You want to be as honest and vulnerable here as possible so that everybody knows exactly what they're getting into on both sides. You want it reciprocated to you, you want to do it to the other person or persons. Reversible, revocable for R. We already talked about this. At any point in time, it can be pulled back, right? It doesn't matter. Prior consent does not override current denial. So we want to be mindful that if somebody says, hey, this is no longer working for me, we're stopping. We're not going forward, right? E, enthusiastic. So again, we're talking about, this is the part where I want to mention that sometimes we can have differences in our processing. We have different neurotypes out there. We have different ways of understanding and comprehending things. Not always do we understand the difference between verbal and nonverbal cues. This is a situation where you especially want to be very mindful, and if you can't quite read the body language, this is where you do want to vocalize and ask additional questions. Enthusiastic consent means them not just giving a pitiful yes. It means yes, totally, their body language is open, all of that. If they're trying to shy away or get away, read that and notice that that's not something that they're trying to further engage in. And that also does not mean to continue to try to persist and get them to engage. We're going to talk a little bit more about body language later on. And then specific. Again, consent has to be given before every activity. If you start with one activity, let's say oral sex, that does not necessarily mean it will lead to penetration, okay? So every different activity, you need to make sure you have that exact consent for. It is a good idea, again, to figure out what your soft limits are and your hard limits are beforehand, so that way you know and you're preventing any additional trauma, headaches, confusion, tension later on.
All right, so we're all here, we're all wanting to have a great time. And that may or may not involve, substances, whether it's alcohol or alternative substances. But how do you do that while maintaining your safety and the safety of those around you, including your friends and those people that you might not know? Here's the basics. You want to keep an eye on your beverage when it comes to alcohol. Use the buddy system. And if you're a buddy, you want to make sure you stay with your buddy. Do not abandon your buddy. And always communicate where you make sure you know where your buddy is, and the people like your friends, if you're meeting up with a group, make sure you know where they are. If people are leaving and going somewhere else, communication is key. It's really important to know, like if somebody's going to the bathroom, like if there's an issue and they've taken a long time, check-ins are always helpful. And then you always want to hydrate. Hydrate before, during, and after. And when I say that, I mean water, because hydrating alcohol with alcohol is not hydration. So hydrate, and food is your friend. If you're eating and you're drinking water, you're going to be able to continue to stay conscious for a longer period of time, and you're going to be able to have a party for a little bit longer. And then the alcohol rules apply when it comes to alternative substances, but you want to make sure that you know what you are taking and that you pace yourself. You also want to know when you are done. Boundaries are really important. There is an opioid crisis, so please express caution. If you don't want to drink or consume a substance, it's okay to say no. It's okay to walk away. Boundaries aren't rude. If somebody pressures you in any way and says, oh, you know what, it's a good time, it's going to be fun, whatever, that's pressure. You can turn around, walk away, and that's completely fine. Next, we're going to talk about tabletop games, RPGs, and LARPing. Now, characters are an extension of a person that's playing, and that's sometimes hard for people to understand unless they've actually experienced it. And intimate interactions are possible within the game, and it's really important to discuss the possibilities of this and whether or not you are okay with that happening before you even
begin an experience because you don't want somebody to feel uncomfortable and end up in a situation that they're not okay with. People can feel pressured to end up participating in something that they're not okay with if those boundaries aren't established before you start. So how do you do that? When you have session 0, you sit there and you actually have a checklist, and you check off, like, are you okay with these characters having any kind of relationship? And what if they do, what are you okay with? Are you okay with any physical touch? Are you okay with, and how far are you okay with it going? And it's very important to take a lot of time and detail explaining that and talking these things out and making sure each person's boundaries are really expressed and communicated, and know those things can change at any point in time, and that's okay, and it's important to be respected. And then at any point in time, you can play the X card or say pause for a minute. And that's where you say, you know what, this interaction, either between these two people or in this situation, needs to be reviewed so we can discuss it and talk about what bothered you. Like, was it, whatever it was, the play stops. And you talk about it and decide if a new boundary needs to be put in place and go from there. And then you can also pay attention to verbal cues and nonverbal cues. If somebody seems to be uncomfortable, pause for a minute, discuss it, and see what you need to do to make that person feel more safe. There are resources available at the end that you can use to also, if you need to have them for the future.
So this is a really great crowd to get to have this part of the conversation with, because I look out and I see incredible cosplays of all varieties that like just match all of the things I'm gonna hit on. Basic thing here, cosplays never consent. The presence of somebody being in cosplay does not mean that they are consenting to anything, and we're not limiting this part of the conversation to sexual consent. We're talking about touch, photography, videography. We're talking about sexualization, harassment, and stalking. I'm a cosplayer, obviously not in it today, but within the first hour of having my very first cosplay on, I had experienced harassment and hypersexualization that was just unbelievable to me because I'd never experienced something like that. When people are in cosplay, you're gonna see them, you're gonna probably wanna run up and take 1,000 photos. You need to always approach and respectfully ask and acknowledge the fact that they have a right to decline without rationalizing or justifying their decision to you. You might have questions about it. I see things all the time, I'm like, oh my gosh, that looks really shiny, and then find out it's not actually a metallic material. And then my first thing is, I wanna touch it, I wanna know what it feels like, what'd you make it, how'd you do it? We become very overwhelming very fast when you get asked this 50,000 times in a day. Approach them respectfully, always. Ask permission if they have a moment to answer some questions. Never reach out and touch something just because you wanna know what that fur feels like. Does not mean you can touch it, that is an extension of their physical body. Most of the time, cosplayers are pretty open to answering questions, giving advice, talking materials, letting you touch and feel things within reason. Sometimes they're not available. Again, they don't owe you a reason why they're not available to be touched or talked to at the moment. You need to show them respect. If you see a cosplayer sitting down and trying to eat, please let them be. This is probably the first break that they have taken all day long. They've probably already played 50 questions 20 times. They're exhausted, they're hungry, and they're trying to do self-care in the moment. They're not trying to be rude. If you approach somebody and they say, hey, not now, but maybe later, it is okay to, if you see them later, not 2 seconds later. Don't wait for them to turn the corner and try again, please. You can approach them and respectfully ask whatever it was you were gonna ask again. Just recognize that they're setting boundaries for their time and trying to still enjoy the cons themselves. You might see something that's broken. We're all very quick to want to try to help people. If you see something that's broken, or maybe wig hair, you know, their hair's poking out, don't just immediately reach up. Let them know that it's happening. Offer them assistance if you'd like to. Respect their boundaries. I think that is it on the cosplay, other than one final warning. In recent years, we have seen an increase in reports about ruses in which amateur photographers are offering free photo shoots for cosplayers as a lure to get them into a dangerous situation. Please be mindful of this. Most photographers are not going to offer free shoots. You should keep those free, if you're doing a shoot, it should be kept in a public area, someplace that is clearly safe, identify your exits. Just exercise additional caution. We don't want anybody to get hurt just for the love of cosplay.
So we are talking about conventions here, but for music and gaming, that does Venn diagram a little bit into the industry, which has its own policies, and it is affected by things here just as it is in industry locations and companies. So it is still male-dominated, and there is a very slow, lurching movement in the direction of diversity as well as consensual policy at different companies. At the same time, each company does have its own representative set of policies and legal requirements and HR methods. So those I won't get into detail on, and I don't represent any company officially in that capacity at this panel. But at the same time, things are happening very slowly in terms of interactions and consensual situations. And that goes for social skills, in which there are conventions that are in the game industry in which people that are LGBTQIA+ are able to share stories, and stories have been shared where they do not know how to navigate the environment of the industry in that male-dominated space. And so it can be difficult for them. Again, some companies are aware of this, some still are not. There are things that are slowly working their way into the culture, as well as very, very slowly into policy. But it's still happening, just of course not really fast enough. HR is there in order to give the usual videos that involve things like sexual harassment, sexual assault. At the same time, when it comes to individual situations, each company, again, has its own policies, its own methods of dealing with them. And usually HR is there to protect the company, not necessarily the individual, again, based on the individual company. This goes into actual gaming itself and how a company approaches how players interact and how consent works in that framework. That means in game chats, being mindful and having moderators that are aware of consensual red flags and behaviors in which they need to either ban or be able to take appropriate action is important, but not ubiquitous. That goes for gender-based questions and inappropriate sexual requests, which definitely happen. Again, companies are approaching this, but still being aware of this and being able to communicate with a company either through support or through a moderator in a particular game scenario is really, really important. Don't be afraid to speak out if something happens. Every company I have been to, the policy is absolutely, if something inappropriate does take place that makes you uncomfortable, we do want to know about it. And that goes for social and emotional skills. In the industry, just as at cons, just as in many industries, there can be difficulty with navigating those situations in terms of how do I express myself? How do I do it in a respectful way? And so, again, various companies across the board are looking at different ways in order to approach this, provide training and guidance.
If you remember earlier, I introduced myself and I said that I was a victim of a sexual assault from a woman. Well, here's that story. It was 2 years ago here at MAGFest at the rooftop bar here in the Gaylord. I was just up there minding my own business when all of a sudden I just felt a hand come up and grab my genitals and fondle it for a few seconds, and then the person walked away. And I look up and there's this woman that's trying to look all flirty at me, and it took me a very long time to process what just happened to me, and it was just very hard to process. So with my story, the lesson here is that consent is a two-way street. You need to have the consent of the person, and they have to have your consent as well. Do not touch somebody without communicating and getting their permission. You can't just go up and touch somebody, especially the way that I was touched. Have self-control while intoxicated. Because this was at a bar, this woman was most likely intoxicated or drunk. And her, what's the word? yeah, her behavior was not all there. Men can be sexually assaulted as well. It's never really reported. They usually keep it to themselves. And men must all know that reporting getting sexually assaulted by anyone is not emasculating. But they should also not feel pressured into reporting. They need to do what they feel is right and not what other people tell them is right.
So this is where I really hope you guys do some takeaways. We've talked about neurodivergence and how that influences some of our abilities to read things like nonverbal cues. We've talked about the necessity for strong communication skills because it is absolutely key to consent. I have an educational background in communication, specifically human communication and nonverbal. Now I promise you I could spend the entire rest of the panel time on my little soapbox up here, but Julia says I'm not allowed to do that. So I will do is talk very high level about communication as a process. It's a process through which a sender selects their message, they send it to the receiver. The receiver has to decode, derive their own meaning from it, and provide feedback in the form of a response to the original sender. And there's a lot that goes wrong because this is a very simple process, and yet we all know what miscommunications are, and they happen constantly in our world. There's a lot that interferes with this. So the first thing is noise, and everybody should be aware of what noise is in communication. We're not talking about just the noise level in the room, although that is a big one. Environmental noise is a big factor. It could be emotional noise. It could be stress, lack of sleep, and we are at a convention where we are infamous for not sleeping, right? It could also be a completely unrelated event that happened that left you with emotional turmoil. That's going to use up your processing, and you're not going to be able to get a full communication process in the effect. Noise can also be intoxication noise. When you are impaired by alcohol or drugs, your critical thinking skills are impaired. That does become a noise that may cause somebody to misinterpret your message or may cause you to misinterpret somebody else's message. It's a two-way street on that too. Once we get through the noise and the feedback and just being able to see some of the nonverbal, that is one of the biggest takeaways I'd like you guys to have here. There's a lot of indicators of nonverbal communication right now. I'm talking to you guys, I'm using my gestures, I'm very open, I'm comfortable, right? I am not closing my body off to the audience at all. If somebody starts making me uncomfortable, you might see me cross my arms or pull my shoulders in and make myself smaller, tighter, protecting myself. You might see me take a couple steps back because I might feel that my personal space is being violated. I'm not comfortable because I don't have enough physical space. Eye contact's a big one. When somebody has been making eye contact with you and has been very fluid, very casual, very easygoing, and all of a sudden their eyes start darting around, it's an indication they may be feeling discomfort. There's also a lot of really positive nonverbal feedback that you could get, such as somebody going from closed off and hesitant to beginning to relax their bodies. By no means does nonverbal communication imply consent, but it is something that you can read the social situation and kind of get a gauge on where that person's at. This is what we use to help us set boundaries. The boundaries are the things that we need to put in place to make us feel safe, comfortable, and respected in every interaction with every person that we have in life. When we're going through boundaries, we need to start doing check-ins. That's where those nonverbals, if you start reading a nonverbal and you're aware of what it might be telling you, that might be an opportunity to check in. Your personal boundaries are never going to require justification or negotiation. If somebody is trying to negotiate a change in your boundary or is trying to negotiate the removal of your boundary, that's a red flag. Contrary to my back history, you don't run towards those. You're actually supposed to walk away from those. Consent can't exist unless boundaries are mutually respected and upheld at all times. The moment a boundary is ignored or pushed or disrespected, consent is gone and you are now in the area of potentially being in an assault when it comes to sexual interactions. So when you're doing those check-ins that we were just talking about being so important, you see those nonverbal cues or it's just you're checking in to see how's everything going. There's a universal system that makes it very easy to avoid miscommunications. We use a lot of this in our traffic light system. They're colors that we all know and immediately recognize. When you check in, hey, how's it going? How are you doing? Green light. They're comfortable. They're telling you everything's okay. You can keep going. There's nothing to worry about at that time. They say yellow light. Slow down. They need a pause. You need to find out what's going on. It may be a leg cramp. It could just be needing a water break. It could be just needing a new position or wanting to talk about a different position, to negotiate something new or to change a boundary. Red light, immediate full stop. To continue after a red light is assault. There's another one though, and I know our traffic lights don't have it, but there's a blue light. This is a very quick way for you to either get the information that there is a situation or to tell somebody, I'm in a potential medical situation. They may need an inhaler for their asthma. They may need a 911 call to be made. There could be something that they're feeling coming on, so when you have that reason to check in, you say, hey, what's going on? Blue, okay, great. What's going on? How can I get you help? And then you immediately act on what that person has guided you through. Quick and easy ways, and when you're using the light system, you are removing a vast majority of the potential for miscommunication and demonstrating respect.
Thank you, Chrissy.
I've been coming to MAG since 2014? 2014-ish. We've come a long way. The community has demanded better reporting. We've demanded better support. The MAG team has done a great job getting us there. We're not there all the way. We have to help them too, but we do have multiple options for how to report issues at MAG. You can prevent with security during the event, or you can go through the SAFE committee outside of the event. You can use this at any point in time to report something that's happening here. You can go straight to the guidebook has it under the security options. You can also go straight to the MAG website and go to the security tab there. You can get the numbers. They're up here, 833-337-8732. I love that I see somebody taking a picture of this and using the QR code. Thank you. You can save it in your phone. You can dial it. You can quickly get to it from the guidebook or the website. They do offer fully anonymous reporting. You can go in. You can make your report. They will follow up. They will treat you with respect. They will take it seriously. They will provide the resources that are available to them to provide to you. Please utilize reporting. The flip side of that is false reporting. We've had this happen in the past here at MAG too. The Gaylord staff, the MAGFest staff, the volunteers, the security, the local police are working endlessly to make this a fun and safe environment for all of us. When you make a false report, meaning something that might be exaggerated, misleading, or blatantly false, you are directly taking resources away from someone or a situation that may need them. Reporting is not an opportunity for attention or clout. If it did not actually happen, if you did not see it happen, if you do not have a first-hand account, you should not be reporting as your own statement.
I just want to add to that, yeah, it's very, very important, not because also that you're taking those away, those resources and time away, but also because this is an area, I can speak from directly, there's not a lot of us out there that's fighting this issue. As much as important as this issue is, we are limited. Our time is limited, the resources are limited, so what is available is limited already. It's very, very important you don't do it. Also, depending on the severity of the false report, you can get criminal charges for that. So that's very important to note, but just don't do it. Just don't hurt people.
Not to mention the damage you can do to somebody who may not have done anything at all. The
Absolutely.
damage that a false report can do to somebody's reputation, their ability to attend conventions, the safety that is posed to their everyday life. Just don't be a dick. We've already talked about that.
100%. Thank you.
Oops. Areas to exercise extra caution. Room parties. There's been a variety of things that I've seen happen at room parties. You keep an eye on your drink. Always have it with you at all times. Always express consent and have control of yourself when you're intoxicated. Parking garages and parking lots. There isn't really a lot of security there, so please be mindful when you're going there. Bars, the same thing with the drinks. Just always keep an eye on your drink. Stairwells, those are very private areas that are away from everyone. Exercise caution. Public restrooms, those are another place to exercise caution. I myself last year was touched by some person while I was using the urinal. He just touched my shoulder and was complimenting my vest, but I felt very violated when he did that. And National Harbor in general, don't walk alone at night or drunk, because there's been a lot of things that happen just around town.
We've said it a couple times now. I'm going to say it again. Control your drink and be aware of what substances you're ingesting. Make sure they come from trusted sources. Basic party safety rule, guys. If you see something, say something. There is, Julie, bystander effect okay here? Huh? Bystander effect okay here? Or did you want to
Yeah, go for it.
There's this thing called the bystander effect. It's this dispersal of responsibility that we feel in a crowd. Right now, if something were to happen, we would all feel very little social responsibility to report it, to step in, to give help, to take action. The less people around, the more responsibility you feel. Keep that in mind. It doesn't matter if you're standing around 30 people or 2. If you see something, say something. As you could be the difference in somebody's world just by saying something and getting them help and getting them out of a situation. We have the MAG reporting number. You can go to the website, to the security and safety, and to the About tab. It's very quick and easy to get to. Always be aware of your surroundings. Know who's around you, know what's going on around you. Be mindful. And trust your instincts. And by this, I mean fuck politeness. If you want out, if you are afraid, if you have a hair on the back of your neck standing up, that is your instinct. Get out. You do not have to worry about being rude. You do not owe anybody politeness. Take care of yourself to keep yourself safe above politeness.
So what does this all boil down to? If you can't read a social cue or a nonverbal cue, if you have any doubt, any inkling, ask. Just ask. There's nothing wrong with asking. The other thing I want to note, just really quick here, is that silence is not consent. Silence is never consent. On the contrary, this is the time when you should check in again to make sure that they are not going through a trauma response, that they are not going through a medical response, that nothing else is going on. They might need additional help at this point. So don't engage in anything further except asking to see what they need and how you can help them. This is just our references page so that you guys don't think we're just pulling statistics out of nowhere. The remaining content of this panel can be credited to the personal and professional experiences of the contributing panelists and partners. And this is our resource page. So this has the MAG reporting number, the RAIN number. RAIN is the Rape, Abuse, and Incest National Network, which also hosts the National Sexual Assault Hotline. So those are there. There's an LGBTQIA+ National Help and Center hotline. We also have the additional resources here that you can look up for the D&D and the role play consent checklist and things like that. Last but certainly not least, there's a resource here speaking specifically about when to use illicit substances recreationally. Feel free to take a screenshot of that. This is the part where I just want to thank my fellow panelists, this beautiful group of people, this amazing group of people did all of this volunteer, took their free time. Everybody contributed, our partners contributed, and we really became dedicated and passionate to spreading the message. If you are following the MAG21 Facebook group, you will see it sort of caught on that other people wanted to spread the message. Everybody here I want to thank profusely because you're at least learning, and then that way you can spread the message. The more we communicate with each other, the more we get it out there, the better this is going to work for all of us. Because of this, feel free, because of how well this panel worked together, we are actually going to be creating a podcast called the Consensual Living Podcast. It is currently in production. This QR code here is for our Consensual Living Discord, where if you want to come in and just talk about consent, have conversations, feel free to do so. That's what this is for. You will also get the information of when we are going to be launching the podcast, and we will be discussing very in-depth conversations about consent, but also other things. The naughtier parts of consent, right? Those alternative lifestyles, that will be something that's addressed. But also just down to consensual living, like without any type of sexual element, consent needs to exist in other places. That is what that podcast is going to be, and I would really love it for anybody that's interested to join in. Other than that, we are going to open up the floor for any Q&As. You're welcome to come up to the mic and ask any of the panelists any questions you have, and we're happy to help. So if anyone has anything.
Hi, quick question. You mentioned the bystander effect earlier, and it's great to be aware of that. What are some tools that people can use when they observe something where they might fall prey to that effect?
Sure. So are you talking about specifically when somebody sees the bystander effect, or what to do when you see something?
Something happens, and it's easy to say something, but in the moment you might be like, oh crap, what am I supposed to do?
Sure. So the first thing to remember in your head, step one, is nobody else might take responsibility. This is my moment. This is the moment to like see yourself with the superhero cape and do it. You start yelling for help. If you see an active assault or anything that seems inappropriate, you can kill the bystander effect really quickly by asking more people to help while you're running towards something. That's a big nonverbal. The running towards the problem will nullify that and ruin it. So call for help. Ask somebody to call to security. Start giving out the actual steps that you need done. If it's something violent, somebody needs to call MAG security. You, I need you to call 911. You, I need you, does anybody have any medical? Like, does anybody have, you just start calling out the commands and take action, because when there's a leader present, people fall in line. That's human nature. Thank you.
Thank you.
We've had?
That is such a high,
Yep.
That's
I like to
awesome.
put it, there's actually
That's
several
awesome.
people that I've seen with notepads out taking notes, so like massive love.
I also want to note, I saw a lot of this, like absolutely. So many, not just one, so many of you across the audience were doing that, and like, y'all are kick-ass. Y'all are the best. Thank you.
And that's why you guys get badge ribbons.
Yes, we are giving out badge ribbons.
Find the weird one in the back. He'll have it. Anyway, yes, you.
Continue.
Your question.
Hey y'all, thanks so much for sharing. I wanted to talk a little bit about like communicating through maybes, because a lot of time people don't immediately know if they want to engage in, you know, like get spanked or something like that. You know, thinking about when you don't immediately know when you want to do something, and whether a maybe is interpreted as ask again later, versus being able to say, I don't think so right now. If I change my mind, I will let you know. That's a good way to, you know, just let another person know that they're, you know, they don't need to follow up if they've asked for something. Just wanted to start a dialogue on that gray maybe area where there's noise in the signal and such.
There's always like a way to ask for clarification, and say like that's where you pause and you absolutely like don't continue, but like you do ask, you can ask for clarification. What does this maybe mean? And then if they can verbalize what it means, and if they say I don't know, I need to think about it, I need to figure it out, and they say okay, well, why don't you take the space to do that and revisit it when you're ready. But that does mean that it is a pause until that time has like come, because if they aren't sure, then it's not consent until they are.
That's one of those things where if there's any room for doubt or any reason to question, just ask. Maybe it might mean something different. That's a really good point. You can always also offer up what your definition of maybe is when you hear it said, saying, hey, so when somebody says maybe to me, it means that it could be a potentially soft limit that we need to either explore, but what does maybe actually mean for you personally?
Definitely, and people can be afraid of saying no sometimes.
Absolutely.
Thanks so much.
Mm-hmm. Don't be shy, y'all. Y'all can come up and ask anything you want, for real. Safe space.
I wanted to ask any of you and anyone else here, have you ever heard of a video called
like consent is like T?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely. So I appreciate you bringing that up. Did you have a question specifically about that video, or did you want us to talk about it for the room?
Talk about it for the room, because that's where I mostly learned how to handle consent, from that one YouTube video. And it sounds silly and strange, but it's surprising how informative it actually is.
100%.
And even the comments are people adding to it. But like, hey, make sure you don't invite little kids to the tea party, because little kids
Yes.
can't consent to tea.
Yes, absolutely. So we did actually consider even putting that video as part of the panel. The reason we didn't is because of the neurodivergence. We wanted it to be kind of very black and white, like these are the literal facts. This is simplifying it. However, we will be putting this in the Discord.
And this should be an entire podcast episode, honestly.
Yeah, this
Like,
will.
this is the kind of thing this group could go on about for an hour.
Yes.
Just cracking up over one little video, because it's silly, but it's effective.
It's extremely effective.
And clearly it's working because it's stuck with you enough to come up
Stuck
and
with
tell
you.
us, like, hey, if you haven't seen it, you should see it.
Yeah, it's absolutely one of the more popular consent videos. So if you go to YouTube and you look up consent is like tea, it kind of explains consent in the terms of offering people like literal tea and stuff for a party, and it very much correlates transfers over to what we just expressed. So highly recommend that. We will put that as a resource in the Discord. But if you want to look it up on your own, wonderful. Thank you so much. I appreciate you for bringing that up. Did you have any other questions?
No, I just wanted to make people aware of that.
Yes,
Thank
awesome.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you for the panel. I just had a question regarding, and I'm not sure exactly if this falls within the scope of this panel, but if a friend or someone in your community confides in you that something has taken place or a violation of boundaries has taken place, what are some good steps as maybe some sort of like community figure to take in that situation?
So here's the number one thing. You want to check in with them, right? Are you talking about like if it's later on or if it just happened, or really it doesn't matter when they're expressing it, but especially if it's just happened and they come to you and they say this, you want to check in with them and you want to ask them what their needs are, right? So you want to say, do you need space to calm down? Do you need one of your, one of your support people here? What do you need? Do you need anything to drink, anything to eat? Do you need medicine? If they need, these are the things you want to ask. The other thing you might want to ask is, are you in a place right now that you want to take further action, which means reporting or whatever? This is a key thing. If they say no, that they don't want to report, do not ever force somebody to report something. You may think, oh, well, then we're stopping it. And then the concept of forcing somebody to, and I'm not saying that you would, okay? I just want to clarify. The concept of pushing somebody to report actually can cause more trauma, because this is what we were talking about, those resources, right? Those resources are limited. Those resources are also really hard to do. It's a very challenging thing to go forward and talk to a stranger about most likely one of the worst things that's ever happened to you. So you don't want to force that, because if they say no, or at least not at this time, respect that. Offer instead saying, if you change your mind and you do want to report, we're here. You tell me what I need to do to be there for you, and I will be with you every step of the way. At the end of the day, don't take away that person's choice, right? Because they've already had somebody take away their choice, right? So that's why it's really important not to force reporting. And just say also too, if you don't want to report, you don't ever have to report. It's up to you. So that is a very key takeaway of not forcing people to report, because one, there's no guarantee. I have to be incredibly direct and blunt here. There's no guarantee that there will be enough evidence for anything to move forward, but that doesn't invalidate the experience. And the reason that we say don't force them to report is if they go through that, it's gonna make them feel even more invalidated and even more violated. And it causes more trauma, guys. The idea here is that we are reducing harm. So absolutely check in with them continuously, and just be a source of support by asking how can I show up for you?
Yeah.
How can I support you? And it is always your decision, and everything that's happened to you, your feelings are valid. I'm here for you.
So like an emphasis on their personal needs while also respecting their agency over the situation.
100%. Their
Absolutely.
self-autonomy, their agency, 100. It's all about, especially because their agency, their self-autonomy, their sense of self has just been disrespected. This is why it's so critical. One of the things I notice is some friends will, or family or whoever is a source of support, will get so activated themselves, because it's hard when we see people we care about getting hurt. We want to take action, right? We want to do that. We need to kind of set our own feelings aside, our own egos and everything, and just show up just for them, just for them, okay?
Yeah, I definitely see what you mean too, because sometimes like there's this impulse where it's like, you know, something really terrible happened to my friend, like of course I'm pissed off about it, but
yeah,
you have to like remember, okay, it's not about me.
Yeah.
Like I need to respect their emotions and how they feel about it. And I can't get like ahead of myself in that regard.
Right, like you can obviously be upset. I'm just saying, don't get upset to the point where you are taking it away from their experience. It needs to be just about them in that moment. But yeah, absolutely, validate them. Say, you know,
I'm angry for
fucking
you.
terrified that this happened. So angry that this happened to you. How can I show up for you? And just know that I'm here 100% to support you. That's what it boils down to.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hey guys, so I think a big part of these discussions, especially on consent in social spaces like the con space and other spaces where people are expected to be social, is learning how to vet people. There are so many situations, like part of the slides here was the issues with people posing as amateur photographers. I have friends who have been cosplayers in spaces here at MAG and other conventions that have fallen victim to that kind of thing. And, you know, as much as I respect, you know, what happened to them and, you know, have empathy for them, a lot of situations could have been avoided simply by learning to vet these people. In the age that we live in of social media and things like that, people are more interconnected than ever. Everybody knows everybody. Everybody knows what you're up to most of the time. So I was just wondering how you guys have learned and discussed how to vet people in these spaces.
So my dad actually taught me this thing
Really good question.
when I was really young, that if I was talking to somebody new, if I was meeting somebody, if I was in a situation with any elements, to think about it like a crime drama. If I could call the plot twist ending, that was it. Walk away. It's like if I could go, this sounds like the perfect setup for anything to happen. Like this is the plot twist. That gut instinct of, this sounds like it's gonna wind up on a true crime podcast, walk away. That's how you vet people. That's one way. If they're weird, if they're asking weird questions, if they're giving dodgy answers or inconsistent answers, that's a good moment to walk away.
Absolutely.
Anybody else have on vetting? Sorry.
And I'm sorry, just for clarity,
No, go
like
for
when you're talking about vetting, right? Is this the ability to be aware of a scenario and then inform others, or is it assessing?
Well, it's kind of both, honestly.
Gotcha.
The thing is in spaces where I've been, like, for me being the type of neurodivergence I have, you know, is being hyper aware, essentially. You know, is walking into a room and spotting everything all the time, right? And so it's, you know, it's part of that bystander effect, looking across the room and knowing someone is being kind of dodgy based on their body language, how they may be speaking to someone, things like that. Not necessarily jumping in and solving every problem, but also, you know, the fact of the matter is, again, a lot of situations that have happened in the past could be avoided simply by building those networks internally in these spaces, right? Ousting certain people, right?
I think I understand.
Yeah, the question is like, if you have all these people listed as like official, like certified, like, yes, these people can be photographers here, people are still gonna show up and as if they are photographers and take pictures anyway. How do you navigate that if they're coming up to you and taking pictures, or if they're just taking pictures with or without your consent? And that's a very difficult thing to manage, especially if there's a lot going on, or if they're putting you in situations where you don't know what they're going to do if you say no. And that's difficult because of things that have happened.
So I want to make sure so you're saying about vetting, like, let's say you're somewhere and you see a friend or even a stranger that's having pictures taken and you're like, the person that's doing that seems a little creepy. Like, is that what you're asking? Like, how to vet that person?
It's
Or how to
similar to that,
approach
or
the
if
person?
someone was approaching you and doing that kind of thing, right?
Yes.
It's if someone had come to you, say, for example, through a social media post, right, and said, hey, I'm an amateur photographer, I want to take pictures, so on and so forth. How do you guys go about the process of assessing that the person is legitimately doing business instead of trying to be a creeper, basically?
So asking questions, asking about experiences, asking about where do they want to take the pictures. From my understanding, there was somebody at some point, I'm not naming any names, there was somebody at some point who was saying, oh yeah, I take cosplay pictures up in my room, up in my suite. No. First off, you want it in the Gaylord with all of the beautiful scenery around, the fountains, stuff like that. So trying to get you to a private space that you don't know this person, red flag, okay? General asking too invasive questions, just not taking no for an answer, not taking the let me think on it. Continued persistence after you've already said, let me think on it, let me, in addition, it may be worth it to kind of ask other cosplayers you know or other people in the community, hey, do you know this person? Can you vouch for this person? Those are kind of the things in terms of if you see someone kind of being creepy and doing something, you're like, how can I help without, overstepping my boundaries? There's a lot of different ways of doing that. You can just kind of like, hey, I wanted to ask you a question. Can I take you aside for a minute? And you can just be like, are you safe right now? Like, that person's kind of, and if you're not, I can, help you out. If you know them, you can send them a text like, I'm getting creeper vibes, I'm getting uncomfortable, and I'm worried about your safety. Let's at least get you away from this so that we can talk about it and get you somewhere comfortable. Did that answer for you?
Yeah, that's good. Thank you,
Awesome.
guys.
Thank you so much.
I actually have two questions. I'll get the easier one out of the way first. So this has never happened to me, thankfully. I've never been in a situation like this. But hypothetically, assuming no prior contact between these two people and both of them were drunk, how does consent work there?
It doesn't.
It doesn't?
If they're both drunk, it's not going to work.
Yeah.
Now, if you see two drunk people trying to consent,
Yeah.
You can try to be like, hey, maybe not the best idea.
Yeah, it's like I've never been drunk myself. I don't know if I plan to, but I want to be able to, like, if I see some of my friends at a party and they're meeting new people,
that's
it's like, should I step in?
So my thought process is, again, if you can have a drink or you can have, as long as you are still cognizant. When we're talking about intoxicated, we're talking about the point where, like, they're doing things that they wouldn't do sober if you know them. They're doing, they're engaging in activities or they're saying things or, like, they can't even, make sense of what's going on. Somebody has one beer, they should still be able to provide consent, but still exercise caution.
So it sounds like it can never be, like, informed if both people are
right. So in
it
reality,
just doesn't work.
Two people that are both intoxicated, especially intoxicated beyond the point of being able to really understand what's going on, they really can't consent.
Yeah.
But it's a mutual violation of consent. So that's something that, they would need to figure out. This is why it's important. I know it's easy, like, ooh, hookup culture means let me just go ahead and dive right in with this person. But again, exercise caution. If you see it and like a friend is drunk, be like, hey, I love you, I care about you, I want to make sure that you're not doing something that you normally wouldn't do. That's kind of how you
Right, because you can negotiate boundaries like that with your friends group. Even though you're not negotiating sexual boundaries, you're negotiating with your friends like, hey, what would you want me to do?
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Quite frankly, friend group, if you see me doing something stupid when I've been drinking too much, stop me.
Yeah, and we do.
Remind me.
We do.
Not to be stupid.
Like, we look
Right?
out for
Like,
each other.
right.
And that's what everybody should be doing for their friend groups. And then just in general, again, if you see another human being, right? Like, I know we can be awful to each other, but we can also be really good to each other. So look out, if you see something, just go for it.
I'll have
What
to
was
have
your
that
second question?
conversation with them. So this is something I wanted some of expansion on that you mentioned in the presentation. So this is something that's always rubbed me the wrong way, but I always feel like I was too harsh. How do you like articulate the difference between preference and fetishization? I always feel like I'm encountering people that are like, oh my God, they look so hot, and it's like, they're gonna pursue them because they have a sort of, they look a certain way, or they have a certain feature, or they have a certain vibe. It's like, it's not that I want to look at them only in that way, it's that I want to pursue them because I'm interested in that aspect. Am I being too harsh in saying that that's still fetishization?
Is that the only reason you want to know them? I don't want to put you on the spot, so don't feel uncomfortable.
I mean, this is something that I've always felt like I'm too harsh on, but it feels like they'll say no, but really yes.
So attraction and interest is a spectrum.
Yeah.
It's many different facets. It could be aesthetic, it could be sexual, it could be any number of different things. I find that clarity helps when it comes to whether it's admiration or interest. But of course, asking about making a comment like that is a good first step.
Yeah.
Being able to say, I have a comment on appearance. Are you in a space for that? That's okay. Like, just that's a good way to establish whether that space is even there, and that's part of consent, right? So, yeah, having clarity about aspects of, because fetishization is a part of that spectrum as well, and it could be that, like, how does that relate to your or one's personal interest levels in terms of what the reaction is, because there's different levels of that. So, I don't know, what other...
I was say this, because of the nature of this one, I can tell you this is something we had discussed, and when we were coming up with our why we're not including certain things in this, oh no, you're fine to ask a question. This is going to be such a deep dive, multi-episode kind of topic, because there's so many different, this concept of the spectrum has to go into so many different contexts to even close to adequately exploring it, so we will get to that one day.
And not just that, like I said, the Discord, like, I'm an admin of that. So if you want to just join, like, not even just for the podcast, the Discord,
you can join
if you want to join,
we'll dive in there.
and that's where you have questions, then that's where you can ask, and we'll go into a further discussion. But I appreciate you asking.
I think I very well might do that. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so one last time, I just want to say thank you all. Please feel free to take a picture, get the QR link if you want it. This is the end, but again, thank you. We really appreciate the turnout, and I appreciate all of the enthusiasm that came from the audience. So, you're free to go.
We did it.
2016. What I'm going to need in just a second is see 15. Which event was Blue at? 14, 15, 16, 17, 14.
I like the hair.
Oh, it's interesting.
Do you think it suits me? You'll be the only person that tells me it doesn't. That's okay. I appreciate that. I need those people in my life.
I think that the color here does suit you, but I don't think that color does.
Oh. Am I not a blue? The blue green at this point is starting to wash out.
Yeah, maybe like green would work better.
It does wash out to like a tealish, almost a seafoam. And I like that. I'm digging this one right now, sort of well, it's a little dirty right now, but sort of the ice blue might be where I go. When I get my hair bleached, I look like a politician. It's gonna take me a second to find a photo. But it is good fun.
2014, 2015, 20...
What year is it?
16.
You know, it'd be hilarious.
Lots of things. I'm very funny.
If somebody created a Phantom Black
2017.
where your hair looked like it just wasn't there.
2019.
So like that's what it washes up to right now. But how far back do I have to go? I need to go into the set now. Problem is I don't take care of it, so I have no idea when I actually gotta die.
Almost there. 2019.
Oh yeah, there was me at
All right.
KGC USA. Who are here, by the way. You should meet up with them if you're interested in what they do.
The video game
Clubs of America.
Oh.
They work with schools, and I just absolutely adore them. I've got their hat. That's what East Coast TASBot is going to be focusing on for a little while. Smaller events that are coming up over here. I'm working with Stump with a couple of them right now.
Oh, very neat. That works great.
Yeah, my hard water apparently turned pink, but
Have you tried red?
I haven't. Hey, do I know?
I need to know which event was. Which one was it?
AGDQ 2020.
AGDQ 2020. Okay. 2019. Okay. So I just gotta see 2020.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Wango, but we're live and
Did
on
you
your main
make it?
screen.
Did you make the page though?
Oh, yeah, I did. That might be why it's not working with the.
You made it under the wrong name. That's
Okay.
fine.
Yep.
Sorry,
All right. Hey, you're here. We're gonna be talking about you. Yes. I might actually even. I don't know if we're gonna be able to call you on stage though. 2019, 2020. Okay. Let me make sure that I am ready to go. But I think so.
Stump.
Okay.
Stump. It's the Stump. Did you get my message? Did I send you a message? Let's meet up. We'll take care of it.
Okay. 20 seconds live. Okay.
This is awesome.
It's so busy at this year's event.
They sold out 20,000. You ready to turn on the magic?
I'm gonna turn my phone on Do Not Disturb is what I'm gonna do.
We should just let it buzz on the table.
All right, I'm being told we are live. Hello, everyone. This is a packed room. I love seeing this. Hello, everyone. I am Duango AC, keeper of our friend TASBot here. With me today is TyKevin83.